to go live. Oh my goodness. Hey man, I'm still getting used to it. I'm still getting used to it. Okay, we need another tiny Caribbean country. Barbados! That one works! I really should fire my streamer. Okay, I hope they start the draft soon. One can only dream. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much to everyone who's tuning in. I am very glad to be back. Yeah, Cuba would be a good one for the medals. Okay, maybe not that good. See, even Cuba is too common of a pick. It's tricky. We are waiting for MBL to start. Guys, if I had to pick a guess for which of these two players was late to the draft, I think it'd probably be MBL. Okay, so in North America, flag with only red, white, and blue. America! No. Again, we have to be... obscure. Yeah, Panama's a good one. See, even Panama, though, once again, is still fairly common. I try and, you try and get legendary every time. Epic is under 10%, so, like, I try not to do any worse than epic. Okay, name is 6 letters long. Costa Rica? I feel like Costa Rica is more obvious than Panama. How is Tuvalu only rare? Come on. Come on, man. Jerks. Ooh, Bhutan might have it for Olympic medals. Nope. No, because it's the Gambia. The official country name is the Gambia. Again, we need points for obscurity, so the big famous countries are generally going to be out. Because if Panama and Cuba and Tuvalu are too common, man, then, you're dunzos. Isn't actually an NA? As far as America goes, Panama is the last country in North America. Because Central America is kind of like a subcontinent. Latvia? Okay, Latvia, we at least get to epic with Latvia. Okay, only red, white, and blue, and 6 letters long. Right? Again, we need to pick the most obscure countries possible. We also cannot reuse countries. Monaco only has red and white. No, because Belize has the national emblem on their flag, so there's going to be a bunch of different colors on there. Let's see if Namibia works. Nope. Okay, then this has to be Kazakhstan. Yeah. I don't think France is the only answer. Luxembourg. Nizland. Yeah, Norway. I mean, Norway's still probably going to be too common. Yeah, see, that's almost 20%. Taiwan? Yeah. Although it's not actually called, I mean, it's the Republic of China. The island is called Taiwan, but I don't know what they would accept. Yeah, see, they accept Taiwan as Taiwan. Okay, so big country, little air pollution. Kiribati? It probably needs land. Yeah, let's do Greenland. Oh, come on! 23% with Greenland. Come on. Mongolia was my first guess as well. Chad has red, yellow, and blue. Has MBL arrived? Nope! MBL has yet to arrive. Yeah, Mongolia is red, yellow, blue. Liberia is nowhere near big enough. Yes, Chad has almost the exact same flag as Romania. I want to say Congo, has more than red, white, and blue on it. No, Chad has a ton of air pollution. It's an oil-producing country. You want me to go Australia? You guys want to see how obscure Australia is? Wow, 27.4. Come on, guys. We need stuff like Thailand. Big country, lots of Olympic medals. How is France the rarest one? Oh my... How is it France? What? Oh my goodness. Dominican Republic. Caribbean Netherlands? Really? And wait, how is US? How is America? How is America? What? Oh my goodness, guys. Oh, what? Cuba is more obvious for having a bunch of Olympic medals than America? Oh, man. Inspired, essentially. Yeah, again, it's not European, but it's of European origin. Oh, look at us. We're so good. Belgium, Canada, Indonesia. Oh, we got a draft, guys. We got a draft. Oh, we have Kawasan Mr. Ornlu. Oh my goodness, guys. You know, guys, first I was lost, but then with Kawasan I was found. Like, I saw a Reddit thread that was like, oh, hybrid maps I really enjoy watching, and they should be like the centerpiece of all tournaments. I'm like, what the heck? Am I the only one who finds hybrid maps boring as all get out? Ooh, Barles with the post-nerf Ketons. And MBL with the Urchins. Alrighty. Late for games. Alright, so Clowntown is going to be game number 1. So Bohemians versus Burgundians, probably, because that is, like, the matchup. Well, I have no idea. Could be fun. Could be fun. No way, Barles first pick. No. Burgundians versus Bohundians. If Barles wins 2-1, MBL and Barles are through, and if any other results will let Yo through. Interesting. Well, this is gonna be a fun series. All right, I'm going to get some coffee, guys. Hopefully we'll get into this soon. It is going to be arena game number 1. Oh, are they not playing with the Spectator? Oh, this is what I like to see, guys. Hold on a sec. Let me set up the overlay. Look at this, guys. Barles with the counter pick. Oh, man. Remember, guys, that MBL's #1 Civ pick was Bohemians, so Barles picking Italians at 3. Going for the big counter pick. Oh, I love it. I love it, love it, love it. All right, guys, here we will have Barles in the purple as the Italians to the northwest. Very important set for both players. MBL here will be in the yellow to the southeast. It's Clowntown, baby. Oh, thanks, Sean, for the... It's really my best quality as a caster is making animal sounds. I think that says a lot about me. Just needs 1 win. He might just need 1 win. Yeah, because he's already at 2-0. Well, if Barles wins 2-1, then he will be at +3, and MBL will be at +1. So if Barles does win 2-1, then MBL is out. I think. What's up, chicken noises? Oh no! Uh-oh, guys. It's happening. It's happening. We're doing this stupid thing. It's like, is this really necessary? I mean, come on. MBL does have the head-to-head against Yo, but the question I have then is that if MBL is then +1... Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. So MBL, I think, should just need one win. Yeah, I think that's correct. This just feels kind of silly to me, guys. Like, the whole point of chickens is that you don't lure them, and here we are, luring chickens. I would honestly assume this does get fixed. I don't know how exactly, but I assume it will. Because this is the sort of thing that is so unintuitive for players to try and do, whereas pushing deer is, like, reasonable enough, I would say. Doing this feels a little excessive. Meanwhile, MBL is just letting those chickens roam free on the earth. Yeah, honestly, at that point, just make the chickens static. Or not wandering more than a tile in any direction. Look at MBL. This is the gentlemanly play. Industrial farming chickens, exactly. Honestly, I doubt it makes that much of a difference in the grand scheme of things. Anyway, is MBL going to try and clown it up? Because that doesn't really feel like an MBL play. But the thing with Italians is that they're like the most perfectly suited civ to dealing with Bohemians. And that's thanks to the Condottiero. Bohemians really don't have a great answer to the condos. The best thing they have are arbalests that don't have thumb ring. So I'm going to be curious as to the approach here. Barles is still going to go up on 26 pop, which feels pretty slow for Italians, honestly. I mean, you have the faster uptime, so I'd go up on 24 pop. Wolves and bears, oh no. Oh no! Well, Barles has now a slight lead. I wouldn't say it's immaterial. I mean, it does actually seem like 100 resources right now, jeez. Well, actually, I mean, part of it is the food, I think, that's on the villagers. I don't know. What are you talking about? There are literally chickens in the middle of the map. We're hearing them all game long. You thought you were escaping the chicken sounds? Ho, 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 ho. Oh, you thought you were escaping the chickens. That's cute. There is no escape. And it's MBL, that's very true. Man, I wish I had thought of doing the stupid chicken emote before T90 did, but credit to him for that. It's such a good emote. Good punishment. Well, it's something that you do if you're tower rushing. I haven't really seen it used in any other context. Alright, I mean, uptimes are basically identical. Market Blacksmith here from Barles, so I'm pretty curious as to what you're doing. 26 pop, Market Blacksmith, like... It feels like going for, like, a monk siege push is a little excessive. Like, the strength of Italians in this matchup is condos. Because, like I said, Bohemians just happen to have the exact wrong tech tree to deal with condos. So I'm not sure if you really want to play for anything else. But for the time being, like... Okay, it's just 2 bills. This looks like booming. Booming with a few spearmen. Alright, and MBL honestly could be doing something pretty similar. We could have the Great British Boom off. Yeah, Bohemians have Arb, but they don't have Thumb Ring. And the condos do have 5 Pierce Armor and move pretty fast. Okay, no. Oh, Market, Blacksmith, and Stable? I don't know if I like this. Huh. Usually, guys, you don't really have the wood for this, but I guess Barles has done his build in such a way that he's put more villagers on wood sooner than you would with the traditional build. Because normally you can't just go for, you know, all of 4 of these buildings. And yet, I mean, it seems like Barles isn't really having any problems with his build, so that's kind of interesting. You can see that the resources collected are basically even right now, so... But I guess MBL did invest an extra 100 wood in a mill. Okay, so Barles is going for scooters.
Ano? Co žádáš?
Ever fly before? I do not know. I am no chicken lore master. Okay, MBL is showing all the signs of going for a monk siege push, but he doesn't have a barracks. So that really begs the question how he plans on getting out of his base. Maybe he thinks Barles is going to... he's not going to go for the old build. Oh my god, he's doing the old build, guys! Oh my goodness, guys, if you didn't play Arena before DE, which I think a lot of people didn't, because people who played on Voobly back then mostly just played Arabia. This was like the meta, is double Monastery and add TCs behind it. Like, this is so old, man. And do you guys know why this meta went out of fashion? Is because scouts became the meta. And I don't know if you guys knew this, but scouts are good against monks. Let's see if MBL's... I mean, MBL, you know, he can make stuff work, but I do think it's pretty funny. Entrance of the Gladiators? If only. Especially with YouTube now, I don't want to get my VODs muted. Frogger with the scouts collecting around. Okay, Siege Workshop 2 at home? That feels very strange to me. I wish I knew what MBL was doing, but alas, I do not. MBL could go for a 3rd TC if he wants to. I mean, I guess he's just going to seed a bunch of farms right now. Both players with slightly weird builds. But Barles' build actually seems to be a nice adaptation to the fact that he doesn't need as many vills on food, so he could go Market, Blacksmith, Barracks, Stable, which is, like I said, very, very difficult to afford. What do Italians bring? So Italians bring a property that are like apartments, but they're typically not rent controlled, and each individual unit is typically owned by the inhabitant. AKA a condo. A good Ornlu joke has a ton of setup for a punchline that isn't even very funny. Oh, nice blocking there, and the scout goes down. The Italian monk? Cardinal? The cardinal with a bit of a purple flair to it.
Presto.
More of a can-do attitude than a con-do attitude. Alright, 3rd TC coming in. Like, what is MBL gonna accomplish with this? He's investing so much into defending that doesn't need to be defended. Conclave was a great movie. Feels so rare that we get, like, good original movies. And I really want to see Sinners, because I heard that's another very good original movie. Especially because Haley Steinfeld's my Hollywood crush, so always a good reason to watch something. Yes, 2 monasteries into double mangonel into not doing anything. Okay, now MBL's queuing up Spearman, but this feels like it's very slow. Meanwhile, Barles is just walking around picking up relics because why the heck not? I mean, MBL's macro is still quite good. Two Popes. I've heard of the Two Popes, but I never saw it. But guys, what I did do is I finished Andor the other day. And then I watched Rogue One again. And let me tell you, that was some good Star Wars content. And I didn't watch anything Star Wars after Rogue One the last time, which I only watched because I was watching it with friends, and then, like, The Force Awakens killed all Star Wars interest for me. But, like, and I was a big Star Wars fan, you know, growing up, because I grew up with the prequels, like many of us. Anyway, MVL realizes it's go time, absolutely, so here we go. Oh, the monks are down, but I mean, that castle's coming in. Like, this is so MBL. Hashtag that's so MBL. Like, he's just, it's like such a derpy strategy, but it's somehow working. Yeah, you want to castle drop the side, because this castle dropping the corner makes it easier for your opponent to defend. Well, Barles is going to click up first, though. Of course, Italians, remember 850 food and 680 gold. All you need to click up, although you do need the buildings. There you go. You've been in the back monastery. The back monastery. This is called a monastery, guys. Yeah, I mean, this shouldn't really work. I mean, MBL is on 3 TCs behind this. Trebs or bombard cannons? Trebs first, because Trebs are still the much faster option to get MBL out of your base. And then you add in the Kondo. Oh, Italian beefs are fantastic. Not healthy in the slightest, but they're delicious. Also, here's my hot take, guys. The bear is not very good. Season 1 was the best one, but Season 1 had, like, all of this, like, sort of artsy, anxiety-inducing, like, style that you thought would eventually have some sort of depth or follow-up to it, and it never did. I mean, Season 2 had, like, the good individual episodes. You know, it had the fishes and the forks episodes. Those were both very good, but, like, the actual plot, it just, everything feels so, honestly, masturbatory. It's like, oh, we're so highbrow here. Oh, we're an award-winning show. Oh, it's gonna be able to snag a relic as MBL, that's cute. I mean, the second castle's coming in. Barles has his castle way out in the back, but this imp timing is very significant. But show the bear. Ah, bear. Oh, look at this from Barles too with the TC on the outside. That's cute. I mean, something that Barles has done very well is keep the monk numbers low. MBL, oh, I guess he's still at 5 monks, and he can never keep the monk numbers down with Bohemians. They have too much gold. But chemistry is on the way. Trebuchets are also on the way. There's a barracks that has been built up here in the back, and I mean, on the one hand, this pressure, it's certainly coming in for MBL, but look at this. The university is only just now coming in. No, Barles has 2 of the relics, and MBL is going to have 3, I think. Okay, that castle sure as heck ain't happening right now. You need to get those condos out. MBL gonna try and find that one angle where you cannot be ranged by the town centers. But condos are coming out, and like I said, there just isn't really a good answer from the Civ to condos. Of course, ARBs are the best thing you can go for, which is why MBL's teching into it, but it's still not, you know, amazing. And the Trebs are coming out. MBL's still not to Imperial Age yet, so this is going to be, after kind of a weird opening, it's going to be heating up to a pretty good game number 1 here. Yeah, MBL pretty late with the chemistry upgrade. It still should be better for Barles. And again, I love that MBL's out here on the side. Or, sorry, Barles is out here on the side. Still, MBL does have a sizable eco advantage at this point. Got a siege workshop coming in. But of course, you still have a long ways to go before you're teched into your fully upgraded arms. I mean, to be fair, the condos are also missing most upgrades, but they're going to be better in lower numbers. First TC trip. Castle is down. Jeez, I'm off of casting for 2 days, and this is what happens to me. Yeah, the outside TC is great. There's going to be a barracks out here as well. But I think at this point, MBL, he suspects something. So he'll find that TC, so he can pressure that himself. Bombard Cannon is on its way here for Barles. And like I said, this was the full-blown counter pick for Bohemians as Italians. Crossbowman just on its way. More monks on the way here for MBL, but these castles are going to get popped. Yeah, MBL now with 3 relics. Gotta love the Feudal Age army here in Imperial Age for MBL. Okay, now at least Crossbowman is in. Bombard. First one is out. That can start to pressure the archers. Again, MBL, he's gonna lose this forward position, but his eco is very good. And 4,000 resources lead compared to his opponent. Trade well with archers? I don't know for sure, but that's unlikely. You're still lacking the range. Well, another castle's on its way, but the mangonels are right there, and that's going to be 2 trebuchets down already for Barles. MBL going at it, and the monks are there to go for the conversions on the bombards, but all of the trebuchets have fallen. MBL, man, with the derpiest arena build I've ever seen. No, Italians do not get siege engineers. Neither do Bohemians in my magical world of balance. They actually do, though. Sight Wagon doing some nice raiding. And so far, MBL really leaning into that eco advantage. He just keeps on making more units, and he's taking good fights. Handcart coming in now for both players. No even heavy plow yet, though. And right now, Barles, he just doesn't quite have the economy he needs. The farm numbers are not looking as good as they need to for his more food-intensive army. Like, he's behind in farmers compared to MBL, and MBL's making archers and monks. AKA units that don't require that much food. Chainmail armor just now coming in, but that castle's getting low. It has to be canceled. No heresy for Italians either. It's the one thing they miss at the monastery, whereas Bohemians do have everything. There's Siege Engineers coming in too, and MBL in a fantastic spot here in game number 1. He's killed 12 villagers. And this is still the downside of Italians, right? Is that Bohemians are just so streamlined. You know, the monks that go well into the random supporting units of archers and infantry. They just are able to leverage having a better eco right now than Italians. Not that Bohemians have an amazing eco, but it is a better eco than Italians. Game's not over yet, though. Barles no win. He absolutely has a win condition. It's called surviving until he gets a good enough army. Because eventually he will get to a ton of condos. But that's still going to be very difficult to do. Just a little bit of dancing around back and forth here. There is plate mail armor on the way. That castle is only going to be able to survive for so long. Obviously, losing all those trebuchets was a huge blow there, and MBL never truly lost his forward position. All right. Wait, why is he engaging before +4 defense? What? Someone want to explain that one to me? And GG, wow, well done by MBL. Takes game number 1 with Bohemians. Another rare closed map victory for the Bohemians.
Co przykazujesz? Co przykazujesz?
Wow, though. Went with the 2 monasteries into Siege Workshop, into I don't even know why this is a push that's happening, but he still was able to throw off his opponent enough to get that lead. He was slower to Imperial Age. He broke every single rule of Arena and made it work. That's crazy. Crazy! Yeah, that is MBL in a nutshell. It is the way, the MBL way. So we are going to Kawasan, Mr. Ornlu. Oh my goodness, guys. I get so excited when I see Kawasan. I don't know what to do with myself. Job search, it's going so well. I still haven't gotten an interview yet. Put your seatbelt on. Indeed, indeed. Playing unwinnable first games? I mean, up until the point when Barles had his last glorious charge, he still had a chance in the game, even though he was falling further behind. But yeah, I mean, it's also a warm-up. Etons versus Georgians? On Crater, yes, this is going to be Hun's Wu. And what do you know, I'm right, because I'm always right, baby. I already got 260 people watching. Thank you all so much. Hope you're all having a lovely Monday, because nothing's more fun in life than Monday. Is TOS not streaming? Ah, he's not. Well, TOS has finally earned a break. He was streaming so much recently. But he was doing so well. I'm so proud of him. He's been working so hard. Also, MBL's lobby title is just Barles. Just Barles. Replacement weekend. Interesting. Those baby trainers? Oh, that's cute. You know what? You can't say that the lobby name doesn't do its job. Went to an ostrich farm, interesting. All right, as we hear that melodious Hun theme, we are here in game number 2 on Kawasan, Mr. Ornlu. Did I miss any games of Kawasan when I was gone this weekend? I hope I didn't. I hope they saved all the Kawasan games for me. All right, MBL gonna be here, one game away from a guaranteed... Wait a minute. Yeah, I think if he... Is he guaranteed first place now? I don't know. I get very confused by these things. MBL's gonna be the yellow Huns here to the southwest. That's the most important thing. To the northeast, in the purple, as the very fun and balanced Civ, it will be Barles as the Woo. If 1 and 2? Okay. So, what Barles needs to do is... Okay, so there's no world now where Barles and Yo advance. Yeah, that's right. So MBL is now at least second. Alright, so MBL's now confirmed to go through, so now it's going to be, can Barles make his way through, which he would need to win the series, or Yo would make it through if not. That makes sense. Ostrich farm? Ostrich meat is actually relatively common. It's pretty healthy, and ostriches are not as resource intensive as cows are. Yep, eggs and steaks. Ostrich meat's actually really good. It looks like steak, but it tastes like chicken. I've only had it once, but it was really good. Oh, really? It must have not been cooked well. Mine was really good. Just went to see the ostriches. Yeah. The crater downhill. Oh, I mean, that matters whenever you're looking at land units attacking the ships, but that's just not really something that matters that often. I've never had guinea pig. I don't know if I could eat a guinea pig. They're pretty cute. Ostrich eggs are pretty big. They are the biggest egg, actually. Which kind of makes sense since ostriches are the biggest birds. It's literal big bird. Anyway, MBL gonna be coming to dock over here. Of course, the tiger had something to say, but MBL making sure that his villa is nice and safe, and they will both be docking the same pond, which means one ostrich egg probably feeds multiple people. Alright. So, dock over there. This has been seen by MBL, but for Barles, I don't necessarily think he is any the wiser. 2 more HP on that scout. Some chickens, I mean, chickens are also very efficient, to be fair. What do Huns do versus full Qian swordsmen? Well, I mean, they don't really trade very well versus knights, so knights. Guys, if I see another game where or not just Barles, but the Wu player just goes triple barracks Qian swordsman in Castle Age and just steamrolls everything, I will not be a happy camper. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, by the way, guys, I had Bosnian for the first time, because apparently St. Louis has a large Bosnian American population. And so I got it's the full Balkan food experience this weekend. Speaking of food, because that's apparently all we ever do on this stream. So we went full Balkan with my chivapi, with raw onions and like cream or yogurt or whatever. It was really good though. We also had like some fresh hummusy sort of thing, and bread pudding for dessert. It was really good. Greasy? It wasn't actually that greasy. You had to cook anything? Yeah. I was actually surprised with that it wasn't that greasy. Most efficient of the common meats. I don't know if there's a meat that's more efficient than chicken in terms of like cost effectiveness for the farmer, cost effectiveness for the consumer. Chickens also give you eggs, and they're space and resource efficient. Though obviously we prefer to do stuff like having free-range chickens these days, so they're not in like these gigantic factory farms where the chickens are just stuck sitting their entire lives. Anyway, second dock coming in for Barles. Of course, you get that extra food with it. Yeah, insects, that's true, are the most efficient, but most people, at least in Western countries, find insects to be really gross. Yeah, but cows are very space and resource inefficient, and they're not as good for the environment. And I like beef. Cage-free, well, it's like the difference between cage-free and free range, right? Palisade gates, exactly! Be so much easier. Also, I don't know if you need to have separate cows for milk and for beef production, right? That's usually what happens. Anyway, Barles with the faster uptime gets the kill on MBL Scout, and MBL will not know for sure that the Men-at-Arms are coming forward, but honestly, Woo opening Men-at-Arms. Very, very common. Water arthropods. Hey man, I love crabs, and I love lobster. Shrimp is fine. I'm fairly, you know... yeah, shrimp is fine. I'm ambivalent towards shrimp. But I love crab and I love lobster. Insects are gross. Is there a logic to it? Probably not. And yet, that's how I feel. It's how I feel, man. Anyway, Men-at-Arms certainly not doing a whole heck of a lot of anything. What the heck? Oh, I was wondering where the unit died and it's just the scout. I really like lobster. It's funny that lobster was like the inexpensive prison meat back in the day, and now it's a delicacy because they realized that lobster, so long as it's done very, very fresh, is amazing, but the second it's not fresh, it's awful. Although somebody who's lived in, you know, the Chesapeake Bay area, the crab, I can't do, like, the full-blown soft-shell crabs where you eat all the guts and stuff. I can only eat it if the guts are taken out. Hello, Yajor. Hello, Pudding Kip. Yeah, the nostalgia runs for YouTube for like the AOC campaigns. I literally don't care how many views they get. Oh, nice positioning here on the galley. Because remember that Barles still had to fight for water, which is delaying the fish boom. Is there a world where he cannot... I mean, he needs to make sure this goes down from MBL, because MBL currently has way more resource collection. Oh, remember, the fire ships get blocked out by the walls there. Yeah, Barles is doing a really nice job of getting that dock up. That said, MBL already has a big lead because of his extra pod, because we freaking love Kawasan Barles! Oh no, Barles going to the Ornlu School of Men-at-Arm usage. Tragedy. Absolute tragedy. Oh yeah, but I was saying I really don't care how well the Nostalgia Run videos do, because I've been having so much fun playing the AOC like versions of the campaigns and just using like the old mechanics. Like I got used to old AOC mechanics like the smaller control groups, the single queue, all that stuff. I got used to that way faster than I thought. Planted to make his guards protect them from being stolen. This royal delicacy. Interesting. Interesting. Well, Barles is still looking to be a little bit closer to Castle Age resources, as both players are sort of passing each other with their ranged unit armies. No fletching in, though, for Barles or any such blacksmith upgrade, as he doesn't actually have a blacksmith, which is a pretty good reason to not have a blacksmith upgrade. PhD scenarios? I mean, The HD versions and the AOC versions, I think, are basically the same. But AOC, of course, is going to give you maximum nostalgia. Oh, this could be getting pretty awkward, guys. One vill's going to go down there. Both players had 4 villagers killed. Of course, MBL has more units killed overall. Absolute shout out to Rick May. And I think the Barbarossa voice actor was Dr. Zed in Borderlands. Well, back when they actually had real voice actors do the campaigns. Alright, Castle Age is on its way here for Barles, of course. With the Woo, it's just all about hitting that Castle Age. We see a second range coming in for MBL, which is just going to further exacerbate his current weakness to the Qian Swordsman. Voice acting? I mean, they definitely use real people for the voice acting. It's just... the new voices are kind of lame, and... does anyone know the voice actors they use? They certainly don't use any big-name voice actors. What's the deal with the Qian Swordsman? They're basically just Huskarls that you get to produce with a civ that has a very strong early to mid-game. And also requires, like, no effort, because you just get them as soon as you hit Castle Age instead of having to build a castle for them. Well, no, it's actually the direction of the voice acting is done to be more muted, which is more, it's a more serious tone and more, shall we say, culturally respectful. But it definitely lacks the passion and energy of the old ones. In Deus Ex, the modern one or the old one? I imagine it would be the old one. You think the new one? Oh, Zargoth. I don't know about that. Megalomania. Yeah, of course. Again, it's like the old voice actors were like, voice actors that got around in the video gaming industry. Vaguely correctly? Oh, man. Oh, double stable now here coming in for MBL, and he is almost a Castle Age, but the night production is going to be quite difficult. TC in the middle here for Barles. What? You think that there's a better version of, it's the horde of Genghis Khan, we are doomed? Oh, it was absolutely character-driven. But what I thought was really interesting, and it's not something I really realized before going back and playing them, is that the intro and outro slides weren't that long. Like, the new intro and outro slides, it's like 3+ minutes of exposition, whereas you just don't have that in the old ones, and yet it doesn't feel like you're really missing out on the story. Anyway, this is obviously a disaster for Barles. Oh my goodness. Oh, jeez. Oh, got it! 0 problems, he got it. Run away! Run away! Yeah, big problem here for Barles is that you usually go triple barracks with the Qian Swordsman in early Castle Age, whereas obviously he only had the one here. But now you're going to run into the problem where the Qian Swordsmen are not very good against knights, and you just don't have an army right now as Barles, and he is having to flee for his life. Jeez, Barles, he rushed up to Castle Age, but then it's just like 1 barracks. And, whoops, MBL up 2-0 now. He is guaranteed first place in the group, and is Barles guaranteed eliminated? Wait, does this last match not matter? Yes, you do need the production. Yes, the singular is also barracks. Okay, well, they're in Crater, so that's what we're gonna see. They're gonna play the game at the very least. The character. Oh man, that'd be something. Is the Australian English term to cheer for? Interesting. Interesting. But remember, guys, after this series, we have 2 more. Will be the 2 Group D series that are remaining. Where, remember, all 4 players are 1-1 and 3-3. So I am ready for every bizarre tiebreaker scenario. Like, literally all of them. Yes, it is the last day of group matches, and no more breaks for me, because I will cover the rest of the tournament. I'm gonna be busy now. Probably gonna take a few days off YouTube, so I can do some Java application stuff, but we'll be doing the Twitch and now YouTube streaming grind again. But here we go, guys. It is the matchup, the battle of the real civs. Yes, the host of this is Mario Ovale. But there's been somebody casting in English, I think, every day. Anyway, Barles is going to be the purple as the Ketons here to the west, and to the east in the yellow as the Jurchins. It will be MBL. So will the Jurchin buffs be enough? Will the Keton nerfs be enough? Yes, Microsoft is the official sponsor. Barles is a limit. As far as I know, this match doesn't mean anything, but I don't really know. So yeah, you have no early game bonus anymore as the Ketons. Remember, 0 Dark Age bonus. That was just taken away. It's for Pride. It is Pride Month still, guys. It's the last day of Pride Month. Someone covering the sets? Yep. I mean, it's still something to cast every day. And, I mean, again, like, my job is a caster, so it's like, well, I mean, I might as well cover this. Still, Jurchins are going to have a little bit of that extra early food thanks to the animals that don't decay. It is 2-0, in fact. So yeah, Ketons still are going to be the more aggressive civ than Jurchins. Jurchins, I'm still not sure if they want to be an aggressive open map civ or a closed map civ. Like, I really like Jurchins, they're fun, but it feels like they peter out too fast to be a super good aggressive civ, but they also don't ramp up fast enough to be a good late game civ. House placement, so you can start to wall around like this. You build the mining camp over here. I mean, I guess they're kind of supposed to be like Mongols, where like they're good early game and they're good late game, but the issue is that Mongols are better both early game and late game, right? Like Jurchins? Why is that heretical? Yeah, you can see exactly what the house wall's for. I mean, Jurchins just have lots of fun units to play with. What I do wish for Ketons, though, is that I wish they had more of a reason to go for infantry. Because right now they're just kind of a cav spamming civ, but it's like cav or cav archers. But I kind of wish they had more of a reason to go for like the swordsmen or fire lancers or even the Liao Dao. Because at the moment they just feel like scouts into steppe lancers or HCA. But they actually have a pretty broad tech tree. Alright, Loom coming in now for Barles. No boar on this map, just the big old blob of Ibex. Turks do not need anything that would help them even more with an FC build. But you want Turks to go for their castle drops of population sooner? That's a difficult thing with changing Turks, is that, like, they're... Anytime you buff them, it's like, how do you buff them then it will only help on open maps and not for, like, so super degen FC castle drops? Anyway, MBL, I have no idea what he... is this an FC Step Lancer build? It looks like it, actually. Interesting. Well, you do get that extra food as Jurchins. Isn't Hustler? I actually don't think they need that. Because the thing is, back in the day, Turks were actually, like, an okay civ on open maps. There are just so many civs in the game right now. Okay, yeah, this has to be for some crazy FC build from MBL. I don't think it could be anything else. Buff spears in the late game, but like that's kind of the point of the civ, is that they don't have pikemen. Alright, so Barles building the stable. I mean, he's just doing Keton's things. Do you have the Timu? But that's like me getting on my soapbox about how the power level of civs is way too high, and that I think that you'll have civs be a lot more viable if the general power level's brought down a fair bit. As opposed to continuously buffing everything, which feels like what the devs like doing, because nobody likes seeing their favorite thing become worse. Guys, I have no idea how this is supposed to be a... Is it not an FC? Oh, did he do a video on power creep? I don't really watch Hera videos. Oh, is it for Grenadiers? I guess it is going to be an FC still. I guess he's going to try out the newly buffed Grenadiers. Interesting. Interesting and impactful mechanics. See, you'd think that would be the case, but the issue is that everything then becomes super binary, where it's like, oh, okay, everything's so powerful, you either kill instantly or you die instantly, without a whole lot of wiggle room in between. Okay, this is completely scuffed for MBL. Pasturing has begun. I don't see a... guys, I don't see a blacksmith and forging. I just don't see it, guys. I wish I did see it, but I don't. Yeah, guys, I think that this build is not going to be, as the kids say, a thing. In case you didn't know, by the way, guys, you need gold to collect to build Grenadiers. Counter strat against every civ. Yeah, exactly. And I think that you don't need an impactful civ bonus at every stage in the game. I don't see a world where Grenadiers are good enough. Like, I know they were just triple buffed, and that's pretty scary. Okay, there's the tower. Yeah, because the higher the power level something is, it's usually just 1 or 2 bonuses that completely take over a game. And that you need, like, 1 bonus especially that's, like, especially insane. Otherwise, it's just not viable. Come on, chat. Play nice. We can disagree, and that's okay. If balancing AoE 2 was easy, the game would be balanced perfectly. I mean, it's literally a hand cannon replacement. They're supposed to murder infantry. Well, here we go. And I even think that Persians absolutely had identity problems before they got the Mountain Royals changes, but now I think Persians are still a little too strong on hybrid maps. Oh, kaboom! Who doesn't love Grenadiers, man? It's such a silly unit. It's like if Mr. Torg made an AoE unit. But Persians, I think, with a few numbers tweaks, are a perfectly fine civ. And I think they're an interesting and fun civ. What makes me a good demo man? If I were a bad demo man, I wouldn't be sitting here discussing it with ye. Well, guys, the food income isn't so hilariously broken that, Barles is already on his way up to Castlite. I mean, obviously he's ahead by 1,000 resources, but that's sort of the necessity of what this entire build looks like. I mean, Barles only has, wait, how has MBO lost 2 vills? Without, I don't know, man. Well, Grenadiers are what, only 35 food? Oh yeah, Grenadiers do deal friendly fire damage, although it is reduced. And remember, Grenadiers do have a little bit of bonus damage versus buildings. They have 4. Yes, Grenadiers have 0.65 blast radius, which is actually pretty good. It's more than a bombard cannon, for instance. Are we on double stables? Oh, you betcha. Well, I mean, Barles had Vills forward to Tower Rush. But remember, guys, it's the triple buff. 1 more attack, 5 more HP, and a slightly cheaper gold cost. I mean, it's not that much anti-building damage, and they still have a slow reload time, right? 3.45. Oh, look at the Grenadiers! Kaboom! This is why I'm worried about every time there's a triple buff on a unit. Oh dear. Don't they have minimum range? I thought they had minimum range. Anyway, it's all getting cleaned up eventually. Monastery now coming in. They were not a good demo, man. Alright, farm upgrade now in here for purple. But he's still full feudal. And obviously, MBL's going to be super far ahead in resources destroyed. So, yes, you're super far ahead in eco, but you're also then subsequently behind in res destroyed. I mean, yeah, you're literally talking about a Castle Age unit versus a Feudal Age unit.
何种命令？什么？
But we have another range incoming now here for MBL.
何种命令？
I mean, if we're looking at Castle Age units v Castle Age units, then things are going to be quite different. But
何种命令？准备
again,
就绪
this isn't a full-blown Phosphorus strategy, but it's kind of like the next best thing to one. All that extra gold income's going to be insane for MBL, though. But man, oh man, even with all that food collected for Ketons, it does not feel anywhere near as broken as it used to, that's for sure. Hussar Bombard Cannon. Yeah, that's all very good. You also have your rocket carts that are going to be insane for the Jurchens. Yeah, it does feel like Barles does need Castle Age eventually. I don't think he's going to be taking the game all that seriously. I think he's trying something, and it could work. I mean, are we supposed to conclude from this game that Grenadiers are broken? I don't think so. I mean, it's just one very specific instance of them, right? I just wish that there was an FC build viable that didn't involve you going all in. Like, yeah, use the strength of a Castle Age unit, but then you can get your own eco behind it. But, like, these sorts of builds, you need to go super all in for them to do anything. Oh, man, these yurts have no chance against the bombs. La 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 bomba. Alright, defensive tower incoming. But the scooter bugs are here. MBL starting to lose some vills, though. But there needs to be a defensive tower over here. I mean, Barles has so many vills on stone. He needs to get a tower up. Sooner rather than later, that's for sure. Towers do not have fletching BT dubs. Oh, jeez, look at this. Well, I wouldn't take a Mike Empire's video too seriously. Explosions! Oh boy. Woodline? Nah, like, wood isn't the most important resource right now for Barles. It's food.
准备就绪。
I mean, again, MBL has a terrible eco. He has half his opponent's villagers, but he just keeps on murdering the entire army.
何种命令？
Again, like, if this was Castle Age, the Grenadiers would be completely obliterated, but it's not Castle Age. It's really the fact that MBL was able to speed his way up to Castle Age so fast, and Barles has been stuck in Feudal Age. The relics also are a big help for sure. I mean, we're at 17 Grenadiers. Also, the map architecture is really good because MBL, his wood line is totally safe. Just needs the few farms around his TC, and he has literally 3 gold mines very close to his TC. Yes, they're exposed, but that's what the watchtowers are for. Not the yurt! Guys, what is a yurt supposed to do against such reckless grenading? Oh man, guys, I had a dream last night where I kid you not, I had an Age of Empires dream. That's how sad my life is. Where basically the devs decided to make a sneaky DLC that turned AoE into like a mobile game style. Like, oh, you just get your big armies and then you direct them, and then you have this whole DLC that has like, you know, basically like Fortnite skins essentially. And I was like, oh my god, I'm literally gonna quit playing AoE because of this. And then I was on this crusade. Say, this isn't AoE. All right, Barles clicked up. It really was a nightmare. No, actually, no. I remember now. They did have Empire Wars as the default game mode. It was so bizarre. I don't know why I just remembered this. I'm just like, what are you doing to my beloved AoE? And then I'm like, I'm gonna go back to Voobly, man. Because they had like, I forget, you know what, like random celebrities and like space units. I think they had like a Star Wars skin or something. And I was so heartbroken. And I'm like, but this is my job. I can't quit doing this until I get my actual job. And then I was like, what am I gonna do? I can't just quit streaming right now. I'm gonna have to like work at Target or something. It was a real struggle, guys. It was emotionally scarring. I mean, MBL's killed quite a few of his own villagers. He's killed like 8 of his own vills. An actual job? Yeah, exactly. What? Why is he going cav archers? Study history? My degree is in international affairs. I'm trying to get a job in it right now. But the DC job market ain't so good. No, they still have the trash units trained faster for Ketons bonus. I honestly have no idea why you're going CA here. It's gonna take so long before you have enough of them to be effective. You have enough stone to drop a castle. Oh, carpet bombing. Oh, jeez. Barles, pay the heckin' attention. You're losing so much, dude. 25 vill kills. Yeah, now there's only a 2 vill lead. Wait, how does MBL have 8 more villagers killed than Barles? Wait, does it count your own self-kill on villagers? I have no idea. Anyway, 6TR75 with the sub with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. 6TR_75. Welcome to the Wolf Pack and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, a wolf and friends. Guys, why didn't Barles just go Step Lancers? Like, seriously. Now he's got so much stone for a castle, and he's just not building one. It's 2 TCs to 1 in favor of MBL. He's going to be getting the Vill lead at this point. Obviously, he's still comically far ahead in resources destroyed. I guess the CA are going to start to do a little bit better at this stage, and the issue now for MBL is that other than his 5 relics, he's going to be out of gold very soon, because there is no extra gold on the map. You just have the stuff that's in your starting area. I seriously have no idea why we're not building a castle right there, though, as Barles. Your wood line is still totally safe. So if you just want your wood and gold CA, then that's all you need. Unless you're going to try and go for an aggressive castle drop, that'd be something. There's HCA, though, guys. Alrighty. Alrighty. He does have husbandry as well. Remember, no bloodlines, of course, for the Ketons. And now it's MBL who's actually going to be losing some bills. It's still pretty even. Third TC for MBL, so he is reclaiming this gold mine. A couple rams here.
何种命令？
Grenadiers do have one native pierce armor, but MBL doesn't have any defense upgrades for them right now. Guys, why has Barles had the stone for a castle for so freaking long and is also not building a castle? Why would you build a castle on this side? You know your opponent's taking gold right there. There's literally 3 stone mines on the map. You see the 3 gold mines for MBL on the map. It's all he can do. Ballistic's not in quite just yet. All right, Ballistic's in. No thumb ring in yet, though. Still, remember, heavy cav archers have an 80% base accuracy now, so they're a lot better without thumb ring. Ballistics does not help grenadiers now. Just like it doesn't help hand cannoneers. Guys, why isn't Barles making a freaking castle? Somewhere! Anywhere! Alright, here we go. Yeah, here we go!
准备就绪。
In Castle Age? Well, we don't have that quite yet.
什么？
It does? Man, I forget my own testing videos. Oh, jeez. Guys, do you know what would be really good against this? A castle. Just throwing that out there. Just lightly lobbing that into the idea stratosphere. Everything MBL does has blast damage.
何种命令？什么？
Oh, jeez. Now MBL's gonna be freaking building a castle. Even the area effect conversions. Oh my god.
准备就绪。
GG. Barles only made scouts and cav archers. I do not think Barles reacted to this especially well. Of course, it's insane KD for MBL. 15 tech. MBL only researched 5 techs that game. That's wild. Wreck everything? Well, like, I just don't know why he went cav archers. I think that Barles actually still wins this game if he just goes step lancers.
何种命令？
Very, very odd.
何种命
But MBL did such a great job of keeping his miners just active enough. 2 of his techs were H-ups, and one of them was Loom. The only other techs he... Wait. Oh yeah, he got +1 defense. So he got double bit axe, +1 defense, Loom, and then the 2 ages. MBL gets the 3-0. And Barles is eliminated, although we knew that before. And MBL takes first place in the group, and Yo will take second place in the group. Well, that was wild there at the end. And the next series is also going to be live, guys. Which is going to be Tato versus Kapach. And again, the entirety of Group D is 1-1 in series and 3-3 in games. Yep, we have 2 more series today, guys. Hopefully, we'll get that going in just a bit. Indeed, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. $16:30 GMT. Isn't that a half hour ago? Or not a half hour ago, 9 minutes ago? Shouldn't they have the draft done by now? Just saying. Even read YouTube? Yeah, I read YouTube chat. It just isn't very active relative to Twitch chat. And I need to get used to looking at it more often. All right, DJ Diego is typing. Yeah, if anything, you'd think they would have done the draft by now, but the admin's typing. Yeah, let's actually look this up. If we have a little bit of downtime, how to combine Twitch and YouTube chat OBS. Custom browser dock. Click that and another window will appear. Alright, let's see if I can figure this out. Oh, do you have to pay for it? Well, I don't know if I'm going to be continually streaming on YouTube yet. So I think I'd wait to do that up until the point I know I'm going to be streaming on YouTube full time. Do I read the I almost never check the AoE fandom wiki. Yeah, I thought that you could at least do it like combined or whatever. Okay, looks like they've started the draft. Hashtag what's your elo? It's like 1850 right now. Nothing that exciting. Guys, we don't have Kawa-san. I don't know if I can cast this. Oops, that is not the right one. Hello, Nuka Crypt. I am literally hitting all of the wrong buttons. Over here? I mean, it's just going to be a, is it worth it thing, you know? Cost-benefit analysis and all that. I'm not leaving you. All right. In the back, it was just done by Nico Dragos, who did the artwork for the stream. And there we go. And here we go. All right, so we got Land Madness, Crater, and Arena. So 2 of the 3 same maps. Big streamers with merge hats? Yeah, I really have no idea. But it's something I want to look into this week. Dog parent elo, 10,000. Alright, so hopefully they get the Civ draft started in a moment. I need to take a quick break, guys, and I'll be right back. All right. Looks like they have successfully drafted and no new civs here today. Probably Burgundians, Malay on Arena. You go Romans or Magyars, of course, those are like the two best civs for Land Madness, in my opinion. And then you kind of just use the other one on Crater. And then just use Georgians or Huns, one or the other. And I don't think we use Goths or Persians at all. Twitch shows a lot of favoritism. It's less about Twitch showing favoritism, it's that large streamers have leverage over Twitch because they can be like, okay, I'll just stream somewhere else. And then Twitch loses, obviously, a streamer, a bit like an important streamer for them. Whereas that is, you know, not the case otherwise. That's the coach again, because they hate us. Because they ain't us. Well, I mean, like, with YouTube growing, like, that is actually a realistic thing. Restream chat. Try in browser. I have to make an account. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Rename? Oh, yeah, I need to update actually both streams, in fact. Pato versus Kapach. And Pato versus Kapach. Oh, no, I'm not paying $16 a month for this. Yeah, again, like, first, I'll need to be able to determine if it's worth it for me to stream here long term. All right, looks like we are in the lobby, guys. Crater will be map number 1, so it'll just be right back to last time. So it's going to be either Georgians or Huns versus Romans or Magyars. If I had to pick, it would probably be Georgians versus Romans, and then Magyars, Huns on Land Madness. For newer users? Yeah, but that's like, I guess, where most of the users come from. But for AoE, it's definitely, at least as far as the English language streams go, it's a much smaller audience. Their website? Oh, does it? Where there's, I mean, it's extra work for me, and I don't want it, like, it doesn't look good if I just am consistently streaming for like 50 viewers. Not long term, anyway. Yeah, like my last YouTube stream netted me $2.53. My first stream was $4.73. Woo! Making that bank. VTuber audience? Oh, yeah. I retire. Ooh, interesting. Interesting matchup here. Minute 36, and we'll get into game number 1. $20 to 40% of Twitch viewership on YouTube? Yeah, but... I mean, my own Twitch viewership is so variable anyway. And I guess the issue is that my Twitch stream hasn't really grown in a long time, so I guess I would be looking for actual growth from YouTube. But what do I know? What am I trying to buy? Oh, I was looking at like a restreaming, like combined chat feature thing. But honestly, like I can just read both chats. And dive for it. That's me. The de facto official stream for Red Bull. Yeah, I remember that. It was crazy, and then I didn't really get any stream growth afterward. Well, I mean, I did get growth for a while, but then it kind of petered out. It's hard to maintain the momentum when you're not, like, consistently doing all the big events and whatnot. But that's why I'm looking for a more traditional job anyway. Alright, guys, let me set up the old board do score. IRL job hunt going quite poorly. Yep, we're trying YouTube now. Super late at night. Yeah, I mean, it's a matter of when tournament matches happen is when I stream. A doctor? I would rather just get a nice steady job at the moment. Traditional jobs? I'm looking for an analyst, consultant role, something like that, in the DC international affairs space. Oh boy, Tato already going to be coming out for the lame here with Goths. Before I can even introduce the players. Oh, is he going to get it? Is he going to get it? It's going to be close enough to the TC. Well, it's a little messy. Anyway, Georgian's here for Kapach here to the north of Crater, and Tato going to be in the blue as the Goths to the south. So yeah, I forgot. It's actually one Boar on this map and then a bunch of Ibex. Oh, it's a very, very bad time to try and get a job, especially when I have no connections. But, I mean, like, I'm kind of at that point where I'd like to be able to move out of my parents' house and kind of, like, take that next step in my life. Well, to be fair, the first series had this map. It was literally the last map we saw, and it had 0 skirmishers in it. Just a lot of grenadiers, scouts, and cav archers. Yeah, DC is the District of Columbia. At least in the area. Coffee midstream? Yeah. Working 6 days. I mean, I work every day. Well, except unless I took, like, a small break. A little mini vacation like I did this past weekend. Lumen very early, though, for Kapop, so this is nice for Tato. Well, MBL picked Churchins when he had already, I think, was guaranteed first place in his group. I'm not local at the moment. I went to George Washington, though, for my undergrad. But I live back home with my parents in the Chicago area now. Oh, it's getting hot in my room. Oh, it's a struggle. I know for I never claimed that I am alone in the struggle to get a job.
哎呀，
No. Actually, I'm mostly looking for jobs in the private sector. So, yeah, I can message you on Discord if you join my server, and I can tell you the sorts of jobs I'm looking for, and if that's actually something that you'd be willing to do, because I take any and all help, and am not too proud to take anything that's given to me. Slop tubing? What's that? No, wait, Low Elo Nobody gifting the sub to Saracen Warlord 98. Thank you so much, Low Elo Nobody. And welcome to the Wolfpack. Enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, a Wolf and Friends. There we go. Anyway, Tato has certainly been very annoying to Kapach, and honestly, it has been ostensibly successful enough so far.
哎呀，
I'm really struggling? Well, I mean, that's why I'm not going to move until I get a job. In Alexandria? Oh, I love Alexandria. Alexandria is such a nice little suburb.
呀，哎是，
But yeah, I'd be... Yeah, just looking for a job there. And I think many of you have also gone through this, where it's like... You're out of college, you're doing something, you're doing work, but you're not really, like, latched on to your actual career yet. And I'm just kind of like waiting for that whole process to start. But like I said, I'm certainly not the only one who's ever been like that. Astronomically expensive. Well, that's why I'm looking for a good paying job. Where there's less fat chicks? Well, that's true. And I'm certainly not a fan of the East Coast snobbery. But it's where the jobs are, and I still like the area. Too slow from Tato? Well, Kapacha is almost up to feudal age, and he is on gold, so obviously he's going to go right into the archers. IT companies? I mean, I don't really know what kind of job they'd want from me at an IT company. In Vienna because you're old?
呀，
I hear Vienna's perfectly nice. Anyway, whoa! Turbine underscore BRL, thank you so much for the 10 bomb! Oh, so, fine! Fine! Kapach will be in blue and Tato in red. Are you happy? Anyway, thank you so much, Turbine. That's very generous of you. And then welcome to the Wolfpack, Roodster, Eldian, CRC, Stepmother, Garlic Witch, GFCZK, Blue Saber, the Devil herself, Turgon, Peanutness, and Cocaine Queso. Welcome to the Wolfpack, and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, a Wolf and Friends. And well, I'm not really business analyst. It's more like international affairs, policy analyst, intelligence analyst. But I mean, I can figure out whatever I need to do, man. Anyway, Scout Cavalry does get the kill there. Tato is making his way up to feudal age, and you know what? For opening straight archers, these militia are still posing quite a bit of a threat. Pach is, though, ahead in resources, even with the faster feudal age time, which is not typically the case. So, Pach at least doing a reasonable job of defending, although that archer could be in a bit of a rough spot. Nice kill there from Tato. But one would hope. One would hope. Account manager? Wouldn't that be somebody who's more of a math person? I depends on like what the role entails. Whoa, wait a minute. Tato with 2 ranges coming in here. Men-at-arm upgrade as well. Is he going to go double range skirmisher plus the men-at-arms? His relationship? Oh, yeah, like client relations, like especially with international clients. Yeah, that's certainly stuff I am quite capable of doing. Yeah, I'm way overqualified to run for president. I'm too empathetic anyway. All right, tower coming in, and I mean, Tato really is making Kapacha's life miserable. Sitaux, congratulations. It is tough. It really seems like there isn't an industry these days that feels especially great to find a job. It's not like IT several years ago where it's like, oh, you can always find a good job in IT. You know what? I actually am against bombing civilians in general, including but not limited to the Middle East. But that's just me. Anyway, Stable coming in here for Kapacha. He's getting the Blacksmith as well. He's going to try and get into Scout plus Archer. The issue is, I mean, he's just in such an awkward spot at home, so it's tough for him to develop the army composition, but he is going for it. He got double Bit-Axe. Tato does not have that upgrade. Policy job in this administration, I know. But that's why that's why most of the jobs I've been looking for are actually not with the government, but with government contractors. Because personally, I would feel more comfortable in both job security and, like, ethically what I'm doing if I was at least a degree separated from the government. SoCal construction? I'm not really a construction person, though. Scoots are coming in. Like, honestly, Kapacha's doing a pretty decent job, but remember, these men-at-arms, they get the extra damage versus buildings. Storm gonna go down there, and Tato is actually gonna need to retreat. In regards to the sorts of foreign policy objectives that are most common these days in the American government. Cornetto? What's a Cornetto? Anyone can do manual labor? Yes, but, you know, I'd rather not do manual labor is the thing, you know. I spent a long time and a lot of money to get my international affairs degree. Cornetto? I have never heard of Cornetto. Get buff? I'd rather just go to the gym for that. Actually, that's a lie. I hate going to the gym. I'd rather just work out at home for that. Do I speak another language? I can do intermediate French and Korean. That's a great ice cream. Ah. Oh, okay. Apparently I'm just clueless on the ice cream lore. Anyway, Kapacha's 8 vills ahead right now, guys. Jeez. I mean, this counter aggression has been doing great here from blue. Hot Fuzz or The World's End? I don't think I saw any of those movies. Luke Cornett? I don't think it's Luke Cornett. You're a streamer? I do many things to disappoint my viewership, or my viewer base. I mean, I heard they're good movies, but I'm uncultured, what can I say? Anyway, it's a pretty awkward position, right? Because it's still scary for Kapacha at home. Like, this isn't something that especially feels pleasant to deal with. And yet, Kapacha's been doing a great job defending. He's ahead by 4 vills still, though his idle time is starting to climb. He's getting some more counterattack damage done. Oh, those are some more vills. They're dying, and Tato kind of catching back up.
Heise. Bereitet. Heise. Bereitet. Ja, bereitet.
Well, that was a beautiful cleanup from Kapoch. Let's be real. In Tato, it's not like he's clicking up to Castle Age behind that, so oof, that is pretty rough. Well, okay, Tato using the mark, but still he's nowhere near Castle Age. His Archer Blob is at 2. He's going for skirmishers right now, and look at this, guys. Kapoch has developed both scouts and archers. And to be fair, Kapoch tends to do pretty well in these messy games. Now Tato trying to come up with a couple of defensive watchtowers, and right now he's doing work. Couple more mule carts. Bye. Oh, now the counter tower is going to come in for Kapoch. Yes, late game Goths are awful against Georgians. Obviously, perfect tower spot there. Denies the gold and is out of range of this tower. And guys, Tato's looking a little dead here. And it has not been an easy defense from Kapoch. I mean, Tato's been going hard. But Kapoch with a beautiful counterattack and just a good defense. And Tato definitely is somebody who these days lacks it a little bit in consistency. Like, sometimes you get tournament-winning Tato, and sometimes you don't get tournament-winning Tato. Yeah, Kapoch just gonna buy his way up. And he will be in a grand position. Scouts do have forging. And still not quite there. It's not like the food income is actually all that great here from blue. But still, it's just like, where's Tato going in this game? Oh, it's at the same level? Hera. Consistency is something that's actually achieved by extremely few people. Like, basically every other player is inconsistent. To be a Nepo baby? You know, I've tried being a Nepo baby, but my parents are just not well connected, and it's really disappointing. Anyway, Castle Age is coming in. So long as Kapoch can keep himself safe until the Castle Age is in, he should be in an amazing spot to take game number 1 here versus Tato. Doesn't done you any good. The Ripperino. Oh man. I mean, Kapoch has just wrecked Tato with these counterattacks. My rich uncle? Seriously though, man. Alas, though, I'm not looking to get a job in the Detroit area. Inconsistent? I do think that Tato can certainly get into his own head a lot, but I still think he also has very inconsistent results. This could be an example, though, of Tato trying to overthink a game. Like the double archery range was probably way too much of an overcommitment on a map that seems like you can defend yourself very easily in the feudal age with towers and palisade walls. You love me? Well, you know what? I love me too. Self-love is important. Alright, Castle Age is in. Don't know why Tato's not tapping out toe. Get it? Kapoch is going to come in with the castle soon. He can go, of course, for the both fun and balanced Monaspas. International relationships? Well, okay, so my choice was basically I could go to NYU or George Washington.
Berated.
Those were the two colleges I got into that I wanted to go to. And both are very good for international affairs, but George Washington gave me so much more money than NYU did. And so George Washington, like, it's known for international affairs, and I got into the international affairs school, which is, again, like, one of the best in the world. And so that kind of made sense. But I always wanted to go into something a little bit more, like, I love history, and I definitely like political science-y stuff, too. But I also wanted something that was more career-oriented than just getting a history degree. Anyway, this is pretty darn rough. Diplomacy, the board game? I have not, no. Okay, so those bills are just going to go over to the gold. Yeah, guys, when you're getting castle dropped and you're in feudal age, it's probably bad. Feudal voice, something like that. Of course, the Wanaspa production has begun. I'm gonna get all 5 relics here as Kapach. Hey, we'll analyze it as future employer, yeah. Oh my god, who is messaging me on Discord? Oh my goodness, who is messaging me? Freaking Diff Tom. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. I mean, these 5 crossbowmen can get some Ville kills, guys. It might almost make up for the fact that Tato is a freaking castle on his face and Manaspa's running around. And the sellout account? If that's all they do... I mean, if they don't do anything else as far as selling out goes, then that's fine. But if, like, all they're doing is trying to sell themselves out, then yeah, ban them. Tato have any win? No, Tato does not have a realistic win condition here. Only sellout, then yeah, you can ban it. No, I would not take the Corgi with me. Corgi stays with my family. And that's honestly going to be the hardest thing. I don't like being away from Dash. But I gotta do what I gotta do. His entire woodline? I mean, Kapach is still ahead by 5 vills, and he's got a forward castle, and he's got, like, an actual army composition, whereas Tato has not those things. When I theoretically move back out to the DC area, when I theoretically get my job, Dash stays with my family here. Understand? No. Like, guys, I was gone for 2 days this weekend. 2 days! And this was Dash. The day I was gone. Here. This was a picture my dad took of Dash. This is my room. You know, it's right behind me. When Dash is being sad that I'm not there with him when I was gone, and he's pouting because he's lying in my room and I'm not there. Anyway, that game was super over for a while. Of course, there was the get out of my game castle there at the end, and Kapach takes game number 1 versus Tato. So if Tato loses the next one, I don't really see there's a way of him getting out. Getting out of the group. Got a job. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. But yeah, honestly, guys, really, really good defense early game from Kapach. The streamer? No, my dog. Yeah, I'm sure. It's crazy. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I've applied to 65-ish jobs and have gotten 0 interviews. Oh, they're already in game number 2. What do you know? What do you know? What do you know? Pet owner? I'm sorry. Yeah, guys, if Kapach wins this game, he is actually through in the group. SOP? What's an SOP? All right, 1 minute, and we will be getting into game number 2. Of purpose? Is that like a cover letter? You mean a cover letter? For Land Madness? Were they not banned? They were not banned. Again, people still not too sure where Ketons stand these days. Cover stage? I have no idea. Do I look like a guy who casts every tournament? Cover letters? I think I wrote a good cover letter. Or like a generic cover letter. It feels like a cover letter is like a pre-interview interview, except you don't know what questions they want. Job shortage to hire me? Yeah. Alright, it is Clown Town, and it's chicken time. It's chickening time. Oh yeah, we'll make it so Kapach is blue and Tato's red. Anyway, Tato going to be here in the red as the Burgundians to the northwest of the map, and to the southeast in the blue as the Malay. It will be Capachito, 1 game away from advancing through the group. What are they going to do? Indeed. Anyway, we always are pro Clown Town here. Burgundians Malay, again, we're looking at 2 S-tier arena civs. Do I prefer one over the other? Playstyle-wise, I like Malay a little bit more, but I think that they're basic. Like, I think it's a very even civ matchup. Yeah, this is just like, really? Is this really necessary? Get worse and worse. Well, yeah, of course. It's like, you know, you see a job on LinkedIn, it's like over 100 people have clicked apply, and it's like, how do I make myself stand out? I'm pretty confident, like, I usually do very well in interviews. And I think I can be charming when I need to, and I think I can sell myself. But it's just like, I don't know how I get my foot in the door. Face tattoo. Certainly. Anyway, Tato... Guys, this is already where I think that it's looking really stupid. Because if you just play Burgundians normally, guys, you get double Bidax at 11 pop. Now Tato is freaking delaying his own double Bidax. He just gave up anyway. See, like, it's all ridiculous. LinkedIn, mostly I try Indeed. Indeed is, in my opinion, or at least my experience, the most helpful of the job boards. board. Aw, man.
Bonjour.
Yeah, Tato, still no double bid axe at 14 pop. Demand a job interview. That's what they did in the old days. And then, like, my mom works with, like, a bunch of, like, super, you know, rich, entitled North Shore people. And she's like, her coworker's like, yeah, my daughter, you know, like, she just had we had the partner over of the law firm over for dinner, and, like, she didn't even need to apply. They just created a job for her because she was so impressive. And it's like, really? Also, it's hard to walk into a job when I'm applying to jobs halfway across the country. Can't exactly drive 12 hours to get to DC every day.
Vos outros?
Takes you every day. Yeah, I'm just not impressive enough. I am not having enough dinners with law partners. Where am I from? I'm from a suburb of Chicago.
Vos outros?
Chicago. With the Bears.
Bonjour.
Second lumber camp coming in, and Kapach is doing the 19 pop-up time. I really don't like this with Malay. Against Burgundians? Like, what is it? Burgundians gonna be tower rushing you? I don't have connections with the Pope, unfortunately. Like, what is the benefit of going up on 19 pop against Burgundians? Just go up on freaking 30 pop. Get a better eco. Ornlu triggered. Like, if you're against humans, yeah, go up on 19 pop, because the chances of you getting tower rushed are relatively high. If you're up against Bohemians, then I'd still think it's maybe a bit iffy. But if you're against a civ like Burgundians or a civ like Turks, that feels a little ridiculous. Hiring manager? I have tried to follow up with companies, but oftentimes I actually just get rejected, which is kind of annoying. I mean, yes, you're matching the eco tax, I guess, but
Si.
it just feels a bit weird. Law firms? I'm open to it. Yeah, I mean, there isn't like any one particular area that I necessarily like really, really want to work in. I mean, it's really what can give me a good job. Well, since we're still in Dark Age, I can check to see how my job applications have been doing. See if I've gotten any bites. All right. That is still no update. Well, I did apply to the CIA and to Naval Intelligence. What? Well, Tato dropped. Unfortunate. Tato heard me? Yeah, I'm gonna check my job applications. Under review. I applied 2 months ago, man. How is it still under review? Yeah, it's Kvatch 2-0, guys. Easy. And that is a job denied. Application is in progress still. Oh, sign in. And I guess this is still under consideration. Yeah, no, YouTube is definitely doing pretty well today, and so is Twitch. And yeah, I'll take it. Just do what I can when I can. Or administrative? It depends. There was a drop. Listen, Langley, see, if I'm not dumb, then I should do great. Well, it was under review from, like, the second I applied. Like, under review just meant that, like, they received the application. Pay is awful? Not for the jobs I applied to. I mean, at least as far as, like, a starting job goes. But it was, like, 75 to 90,000 a year, which, for me, again, just starting out is totally fine. That's enough to have my own little apartment in the area. You're from the mid... Yes! I'm from the Chicago area. A fan of Russian literature. Interesting. Interesting. Big digital signature? Oh, yeah. Alright, guys. The drop has been undropped. That's a word now. I hope you like it. Alright, so Tato gonna go 27 pop. Everything so expensive? Yep.
Vos orders?
That's exactly the case. Estoy como one min o dos más alante. ¿Viste idle? Seguro. Uf. Déjame mirar mi directo. Un sec.
Pra.
Is awful for applicants? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just like,
Bonjour. Si.
it's just a complete crapshoot. For months. Well, unfortunately, I just don't have any referrals yet. Or the Duchy of Burgundy? It's probably Spain. But the Spanish Empire, not the Republic of Spain. Or the Constitutional... what is their official name?
Bonjour.
Yes, it's the same flag. Burgundians in AoE 2 and the Spanish in AoE 3. But no one wants us? That's also true.
Pra.
Positive about HR ever? Yeah. Kingdom of Spain? Okay.
Bonjour.
Yes, I know they have a king.
Vos orders?
Although I don't think they voted for the king. Oh, I didn't vote for you. Tato has a blackout. Ah. Risotto. Hey, man, who doesn't love risotto? Canada, yeah. situation. Honestly, like, if I were an admin, and I've definitely been an admin before. Oh, boy. Here. Oh, wait, you guys can see it. All right, Spanish speakers. Lay it on me. Think they re? That would make the most sense to me. If Tato had some issue with the thingy, like you had a drop and then like you would have a minute idle time, because literally nothing has happened in the game. Like I know they're at 26 pop, but just do the same thing. It's not a big deal. Like, once units start dying, though, then as an admin, I would be much less comfortable just going for the full-on re. But yeah, obviously all of these guys are honorable gamers. Gating check-ins? Oh yeah, that'd be funny. Honorable lamers, believe it or not. Oh, isn't that lovely? My dad is out to lunch by himself, having a beer and a corned beef sandwich. You know, some of us have to work for a living, Dad. I'm sure it was delicious. Alright, apologies for this, guys, but of course, you know, technology is what it is. No idea. Live in his house? It's actually my mom who's done like 90% of the paying for the house. Oh, the GeoDude, it's a party GeoDude map. GeoDude's waving his hands in the air like he just don't care. Noticeably smoother? The thing with polls is that you're kind of... Like, polls are a good arena civ. Like, they're good. But I also think ladder win rates mean very little. The thing with polls is that what do you do as polls better than Burgundians? Not much. Burgundians are kind of just a more flexible version of polls. Yeah, on Arena spam Hussar, but again, Arena's fairly aggressive these days. Yes, my parents are married. Their finances are the same, but in terms of who's been the primary breadwinner for most of my life, it's been my mom. Back to his forest. Yes, he'll put up multiple layers of walls here and then make his grand comeback from this tiny little enclosure. Just like the 600 ELO games.
Sì. Fra. Vosotros.
Well, just pushing in the Ibex here. No, onager cutting is impossible. No one's ever thought of it before. Well, neither of these civs have SO. Ooh, they never see that one coming. It's a tunneling. Reached peak AoE2, oh no. Anyway, this is the Ibex version of Arena, so Tato's actually gonna... it's still 13 pop. Like I said, 11 pop is like the perfect start for Burgundians, where they can get double bit-X as quickly as possible. Bulwark anyway. Again, like, pulls are good. It's just, whenever we see Arena in tournaments, it's usually just like the only closed map. It's not like we have a map pool of like several different open maps, or a map pool of several different closed maps. So we tend to just see Burgundians, Bohemians, Malay, and Cumans. Like those are mostly the civs. So really anything that's worse than those civs are almost never going to get played. Oh yeah, and Bengalis. Like what most tournaments do is like they have the map pool, right? So it's like, okay, each set is going to have like an open map, a closed map, a hybrid map, or a water map, or something like that in it. But I actually think it would be kind of interesting if in a set you only had one type of map. So like, okay, this set, it's all closed maps. This set, it's all open maps. And then just like rotate around between the different sets. Yeah, Teutons and Turks are just kind of power crept at the moment. I mean, Turks can still work in the sense that like the Turk aggression is like, there are just plenty of situations where it just works. It's just one of those things that you can make work. But Teutons are just... they're so power crept by Bohemians. Like, what do Teutons do better than Bohemians? Not a whole lot. They tower rush better, but that's not exactly, like, something you need to do. Take off hybrid map day? That's totally fair. This map feels different than normal Arena? How so? Looks like Arena to me. I mean, it's literally the standard Arena script. Paladins? Since when have Paladins been an essential tool of an Arena civ? It has hills? Yeah, Arena these days has hills in the forests around the outside. A Hal 1-on-1? I mean, yes, but Bohemians have the better hand cannoneers, the better mid-game pressure. They have the better post-imp with the Hofnitsa. Frank, yeah, but that's just because Franks don't do anything else well. Yeah, it is kind of a weird, narrow, long back. Anyway, Kapach is doing the weird feudal boom again. I mean, it's not actually weird in terms of a lot of people do this sort of play. I just think it's weird because there's no way Burgundians are ever going to trust you at this level, so it's like, why not just go for a 30 population uptime? Wood from your opponent? I've seen it. I've played against it. Yes, I would like to see Throwing Axeman get a buff.
Bonjour.
Back areas, yep. But remember that Modern Arena has you starting much closer to the edge of the map than AOC Arena, which means that the middle is much larger and more spread out, which makes the scout play better. And you also have less space in your base with which to work. Alright, 27 pop again here for Tato, so exact same builds from both players. It's all good in the hood. I mean, Burgundians do basically one thing. They just... every single game, Burgundians just want to go light cav into boom, if possible. They're just so good at it. Circular? Yeah, it's usually pretty circular. That's why the map looks like GeoDude. GeoDude. A Squircle? Probably because the players are more often, like, at opposite ends of each other. But yeah, it usually looks like this. Erickson coming now for Tato. Throwing it in the game, that's fair. Oh yes, I forgot about the all-important Kapach Blue Tato Red. My apologies. Alright, Barracks coming in here for Kapach. As Malay, regardless of when you click up to Feudal Age, I'm a fan of just going for a few Spearmen. And some Monks. You try to get a Relic or maybe even two. Chances are, you're not gonna win a game where it's all about having 5 relics to 0 in a super protracted game of AoE, especially versus the other top arena civs. So what you might as well do is just go for a few spearmen, don't invest too much into the middle, go for your 3 TC boom, and then hit your imp timing. Because that's what Malay are best at. So, you know, lean into your civ as much as possible, in the same way that I like Burgundians going light cav into boom every single game, because both of these civs are... they have the thing that they do well. So Kapach, of course, is not listening to me and is going to be going for his own scouts. But it's like, do you really want to go scouts into Burgundians? I mean, it's not like the fact that Malay have bad cav really matters at this point in the game, but you're still teching in a direction and playing a style that your opponent is, like, literally the best civ at. Which is why I'm not the biggest fan of this. But again, this still is perhaps in part a stylistic thing. Anyway, Bowsaw coming in. I'm sure Heavy Plow will be in a little bit as well. That's why Tato's not starting that farm. Yeah, the relics are definitely a little better for Tato. Oh, a bit of idle time here for Kapach, but he's still clicking up. Tato is ahead in resources at this point. Could catch up maybe a little bit for Kapach, but in Burgundians, top eco. Indeed, Heavy Plow also coming in. Underutilized. The only time you really want to use the middle chickens is if you're tower rushing. Then you can absolutely use the chickens. Anyway, you still have the Spearman here as the Malay player, which is really nice. But of course, once the bugs come out, they can just start converting those Spearmen. Hamster? What? Tato? In what world is Tato a hamster? I don't think you have to be called a hamster when you've literally won multiple arena tournaments. Or no, he won one arena tournament and got second placed in another arena tournament. Alrighty. Insta 3 TCs here from Tato. Pretty solid build overall. He's still ahead by a couple hundred resources. And again, as Kapach, it's like, where are you getting an advantage over Tato? You already took an eco-efficiency hit by going for the Feudal Age boom relative to going for, again, like the 30 population uptime. We're going to go Light Cav and Spearman here. Cheap Paladin spam plus Hand Cannoneers. Well, don't let them get to that. How do you get to Paladin plus Hand Cannoneer before Malay kill you? Again, something that I always try to encourage people to think about, especially when it comes to army comp, like, matchups as the game develops, like, very frequently on Arena because it goes to the late game almost every time. It's not just about the composition, it's how do you get to that composition. The how do you get to Paladin plus Hand Cannoneer is really, really hard because the units require completely different technologies. Now, yes, of course, you want to get there eventually, and it's very good, but by the time you get to Paladin plus Hand Cannoneer, the Malay player can have Elephant Arbalest, which is just as good of an army composition. I mean, Burgundians have decent monks, and they've got Halbs. I mean, that's really all you need. Anyway, good fight there for Tato. Gonna bring back the low HP Light Cab to get healed on up. And once again, the question becomes, why the heck are you even bothering to do this style of play as Kapach? Because he's still also only on the 2 town centers. Tato has Wheelbarrow, and it really just feels like Tato is playing a better game of Arena. Nice snag there from Tato as well, and like so far, Tato is just playing circles around Kapach here in Arena. More monks on the way. Tato with 19 on food, still quite good. There is the 3rd TC for Kapach, but as Malay, your advantage is supposed to be your Vil count relative to Burgundians, and even then, that's non-existent anymore as Tato has the better eco upgrades. Not booming? Yeah, he needs to commit harder to doing something. Like, he has unupgraded scouts. Tato has husbandry, so his light cav are faster than the scout cavalry. And stronger. But of course, again, Burgundians don't need to invest that many resources into it because they're the best civ in the game at going light cav. Which then begs the question why Kapach is trying to challenge Tato in doing what his civ does best. To get an advantage? What do you mean? To get an advantage in what regard? I would say Malay, again, you just go for the barracks, go for a couple spearmen, try and get one relic, maybe two. Two relics would be insane if you just go for one barrack spearman, and then just rely on your free TC boom and imp timing. I don't just open pikemen into halbs as needed as Malay, try and get a good forward castle, and then go to town. At least that would be, I would say, like, the default approach. Obviously, there's plenty of different decisions that can be made going back and forth. The question here for Kapach is, how does this get him an advantage in the game? A unit worse in one aspect? I did the video on, I think that was in, like, my 5 random bits of useless information. There are a couple others. Paladins have a slightly slower attack speed than do Cavalier and Knights. And Chukonu have a slightly slower reload time with Elite compared to regular because the firing animation's longer. The Scout Cav one is because they, and the Paladin ones are both, I think, because they were toying around with slightly different numbers in the design process, and then they forgot to update it for the entire unit line. You know, when they launched the game, but honestly, it's worked just fine for the entirety of AoE's history, so it's not like it's really needed to be something that's changed. Yeah, exactly. Again, they were just playing around with different stats for the unit, and then the hero unit never got updated. Poor Jean Bureau. But I do think it's interesting that bombard cannons must have then originally had 11 range, so that they could not outrange castles with full upgrades until you got upgrades. But then they must have made the conscious decision that, okay, bombards do need to be able to always outrange castles. Anyway, in case you guys are wondering how the heck Kapach is supposed to win this game, I don't know either. Like, he'll be faster up to Imp by a little bit, which is nice at all, but he's gonna still struggle to take map control since Tato has Light Cav. And Tato's continuing to take good fights. He's gonna click up to Imp pretty soon. Yes, again, you're gonna get there faster with the power of Malay! Triumphant Teuton noises, indeed. Don't know about the Flemish militia there. It just slows you down to Imp by a little bit, but probably doesn't matter. Okay, I mean, it's the arm timing, but Kapach is making the very common mistake where you try and go for the Arbalest timing as Malay, but you're up to Imp so fast that you don't have your actual Archer switch ready by the time Imperial Age comes in. You need to start the Archer switch before you click up to Imp. Honestly, this has all of the vibes right now of somebody playing Arena who just doesn't play Arena very often. Like, look at this. Tato's 1,500 resources ahead. He's going for his proper skirmisher opening, which is typically what you want to do as Burgundians.
Yep.
Because, like, Malay are either going to open up with pikemen into halbs or archers into arbalests, and skirmishers are what you want versus both of those things. With free armor, I mean, it's incredibly good. I mean, Malay are a top tier arena civ. Again, I don't think Burgundians are better than Malay. I think it's a 50-50 matchup. It's just the way that these two players have approached the game, I think, has just been better for Tato across the board. That said, it's certainly not GG here, right? You are still pushing across the map, but you still don't have the forward castle, though, is kind of an issue. And yes, both players have been contesting the relics pretty well, and it's only 2-1 relics in favor of Tato, but even so. I mean, look how late this all is. Chemistry now coming in for Kapach. Again, Tato, happy Imperial Age to him. You can get all sorts of upgrades now. Chemistry coming in for him too, so he's only going to be a few seconds slower with that. The castle is only just now being started, and Tato's getting conscription. This is so greedy, guys. You're the one with the slower imp time and getting pushed by your opponent, and you just get conscription right away, man. Oh my goodness, the greed! I mean, it's justified greed, but seriously. Handcart only just now coming in for Kapach. Tato did add the 4th TC, like right before Imperial Age, so he's gonna get up to like his 130, 140 build count a bit sooner. Also, hello Schmingolf. I am doing just fine. It took a couple days off streaming to go visit my friends, and I am back, and I am glad to be back. Yes, they are, but normally you need to get the trebs out as soon as possible. And Kapach is also going conscription first. Don't you need to be pushing? For the proverbial cushion? Yeah, if Tato queued up vineyards after conscription, like, that is just too much, man. Guys, Tato's literally getting crop rotation on Arena. Just pointing that out. Now, of course, you still don't have that +4 defense on the skirmishers. It's one of the ways in which you can certainly get an advantage here as the melee. But I mean, look at this. You're going for a forward castle and ahead a faster imp time, and you're behind in the trebuchet. We do have bombard cannons out for both players as well, so it's going to be very difficult to take down the trebuchets, though Tato will need to get some bills here to repair. Guys, that's the sound of a man who just lost a bombard cannon without really killing anything. That's a little bit of the S word there from Tato, but not really that big of a deal. This is like 4 bills. Not the end of the world. Cannons getting some good value. Of course, Burgundian cannons are very, very strong. Trebs are still trebbing. Now, it is true that Tato is still just on the ranged units. He is not yet able to switch over into Paladins just yet, although securing that gold over to the west does help. Oh, Crop's gonna get rotated for Kapach Poggers. But yeah, I mean, Tato's just deflecting this. And he's 5,000 resources ahead. Tato should not lose a bombard cannon there, and he doesn't. It's a little lucky, to be honest. And I mean, Tato just easily able to outproduce his opponent. I mean, he got conscription, his eco's very good, and he's going for very cheap units. What kind of dog is this? I am not a dog, I'm a human. Believe it or not. Castle over here to the west, and Tato's not doing anything fancy. I mean, he's playing well, but he's not doing anything especially insane. I mean, we're getting vineyards, guys. Castle trying to be built here in the back, and yes, we do have some arbs in for Poch. Somehow that did 0 damage. A Talking Wolf? Maybe. You can't legally prove otherwise. I do think the hand cannons are a little bit of an odd play. I'm not too sure what they really give you, but I guess Tato was afraid of some karambits coming in, perhaps. Obviously, you do have to be quite careful with your hand cannoneers because they're expensive, and again, they're not necessarily good against anything. That's a nice hit there for Kapach. All right. Yeah, do have to be careful. And Kapach, at the very least, did have map control. He's teching into pikemen now. But being the melee player and slower up to 200 population is usually not a great sign. Tato did also get the 3rd relic, so he gets 3 relics as Burgundians on top of vineyards being in. I mean, he just has so much gold he gets to play with. And you get to Paladin plus Hand Cannoneer, which, as someone said earlier, how do you deal with Paladin Hand Cannoneer? It is still a very good army composition, and it's not impossible to get to with Burgundians. Paladins, all the defense upgrades are now in. And that castle will be very difficult to keep alive. 2 trebuchets, 3 bombard cannons. And your ranged army, generally speaking, counters your opponent's ranged army. Charge! It's Shalon plus the Tripoli Guard plus Hungry guys. Oh boy. Conscription as a unique unit? What, like Shotel Warriors? That's basically Conscription the unique unit. Oh jeez. I mean, again, like this entire game, Tato had a very sensible approach. He was calm in his defense. He got all of the tech switches he needed to. And, I mean, Tato made no major mistakes this game. And Kapach, I think, just made... Again, nothing was like a huge mistake, but his build, his transitions, his timing, none of it was perfectly efficient. And you need to play sharp to beat someone like Tato. That's how Tato's going to be able to tie this series up. Cut the trees? No. Well, guys, something tells me that the giant army from Tato is not going to be destroyed anytime soon. Blast Furnace about to be in. Yeah, like, nothing fancy and no major mistakes made by Tato. Just a good game of AoE2. Tato knew exactly what he was doing the whole time. Gonna be going back to these skirmishers to help deal with the few halbs over there, which is nice. No tree cutting today, I'm afraid. You're like, yeah, I mean, you still want to do that eventually. No reason not to. In case you're wondering, guys, max pop Burgundians is actually better than 140 pop Malay. It is a sad castle indeed. Oh, no two-man saw. Very sad. More paladins gonna come in. They are now fully upgraded. The halbs, I mean, you have as many paladins as there are halbs. That's not a great combo. Unless you're the paladin player. In which case, it's a great combo. Siege engineers, obviously, it's way too little, way too late. Tato's had 8 bombard cannons, guys! It's the Battle of Nancy! Well, it's a decider match, right? If Kapach wins this, he moves on in the group. If he loses this, I think he's eliminated. Oh, loses the series. Still won game number 1. No, GG! Kapach Toxic confirmed! Toxic! Oh my goodness, Kapach is literally TM06. He actually did resign, or he did GG after resigning. Drama alert! All right, we are 1-1. Tato, very strong game of Arena. Tato played that game well enough that it would have required similarly perfectly streamlined play from Kapach to really match that, and he simply did not quite do that. Again, Kapach made no major mistakes that game, but he made several small mistakes and several inefficiencies that, against somebody who played that well from Tato, that'll bite you in the butt. That is the Malay losing to Burgundians, and now the decider is going to be on Land Madness. This one game will decide who moves on and who is out. Admiral Yi Sun-shin, that's what they say. how the legend goes, and it very well could be true. For all the marbles, indeed. Also, we have over 100 people watching on YouTube right now. Thank you all so much. This is the sort of thing that makes me feel like it's going to be worth doing more YouTube streams in the future. Which I would like to be the case, and we actually have almost 400 people watching on Twitch. Thank you all so much. Hope you're all having a lovely time. But yeah, it should just be Huns versus either Magyars or Romans. Hearttt can go with either. Gonna be getting $6 per stream soon? Oh, yeah. Why do cherries? What? Oh. Is that something I need to do? Oh, yeah. My dad, he's having a real rough go at his lunch right now. Look at that. Beer, corned beef sandwich, and fries. Your dumb messages? Oh, I see all the dumb messages. Oh, you mean like the fruit cherries? I do love cherries. By my mom? Yeah, basically. Alrighty, guys. It's going to be a historically pertinent matchup. And in minute 40, and we'll be deciding who goes through and who goes home, even though they're both home right now. Yeah, maybe I do need to figure out how to enable the donations on YouTube. But that's, again, it's been something I want to work on this week, is how to better do the YouTube stream. You know, it's something I'll get better at. Is there any, for those watching on YouTube, is there anything that is missing that you would see enabled on another YouTube stream that you watch? Because I really like that YouTube keeps the VODs, because it actually gives me some, like, record of my casting, whereas I don't normally have that because I don't upload my casts to YouTube. But if it's just there, like, it's never worth it for me to upload the casts to YouTube, but if it's just kind of there after the stream... Leeching off mom? Exactly. Two streams? Only one. Okay. Again, it's something I'm going to look into this week. Emotes? Are there YouTube emotes? To threaten my future employment? Oh, it's an Imperial theme. Much on Twitch? Okay. Again, I'll look into it. Alrighty, guys. Game number 3. As I said, this is for literally 100% of the marbles. We have Kapach here in the red as the Huns to the north. And to the south in the blue as the Romans, it will be Tato. All right, I mean, it is a very, again, historically pertinent matchup. Will the Roman Empire survive the Hunnic invasion? Customs YouTube? Okay, again, that's something I'll look into. Thanks, guys. Well, to be fair, the Roman theme happens to be very loud. He looks to find some reason to fire me, rip. Game for chance. Yeah, it's a perfectly reasonable matchup. I do think Romans are... Romans might not be better than Huns on this map, but I do think that they're easier to play. And a Civ being easy to play actually is relevant at the top level, because unless you're Hera, basically, you're probably not getting 100% of what you could out of a civilization, whereas Romans, it's like almost any top player is going to be getting like close to perfect efficiency from the Roman eco. Ignore my CV. Oh no. He's a Pope Leo indeed. Yeah, Romans have an amazing theme. None of the Three Kingdoms civs have a good theme, so that's obviously a big fail. Oh, sorry, I'll switch the colors again. Tato, gonna be the... Oh, it's also the red Romans, although Huns is obviously a yellow civ.
Timo.
Romans, Metadoran plus Skirms? Generally speaking, yes, I think so. It's a very strong opening, but on this map, mobility is king, so chances are both players are either going to be opening scouts or archers, and then transitioning into the other one. Huns yellow? Have you ever played the Attila the Hun campaign? The OG yellow? I think it was the only time you played yellow in AOC. So you can ignore it too? Feels Ornlu, man. Knights and Scorpions? I mean, that is like Romans.exe, Scouts into Knights and Scorpions. It's what they do very, very well. Still, Huns are a competitive civ in the early to mid game. The purple... Romans are purple and red, but to me... If you have Romans and Byzantines both in the game, which we do, of course, Romans are red and Byzantines are purple. Although the Byzantines are also blue to me, because Byzantines were always blue in AOC. They were blue in Barbarossa, they were blue in Attila, and they were blue in Manzikert, they were blue. Separate tech from... I don't think so. I think that's probably fine. We're too expensive of a die, yeah. I also like purple for Turks. And can we really have Turks and Byzantines be the same color? I mean, yes, considering how closely they were linked, but it feels wrong. Anyway, 19 pop up here for each player. A little bit more idle time for Tato. Obviously, he is a big noob. Green? Nah, Turks are purple. Gray for Seljuks. I can respect green. Nah, Seljuks are yellow, Ottomans are purple. Or I guess you could also make Seljuks purple. Franks in gray. Well, the thing is, Franks are like the bluest of the blue. Although the Franks were gray in the Catalonian fields. When they were the OG local inhabitants in gray. I mean, how many campaign scenarios have some variation of local inhabitants in the gray color? It feels like so many do. Now, Saracens are green. For Saladin. Teutons in gray work, though. Teutons are red or gray. Always the Franks dying feels Franks, man. Alright, so scout opening for both players. Nothing that crazy so far. Bidax coming in. We do have horse color actually afforded by both players here as well, so everything basically mirrored so far. Both players also with only the single lumber camp approach. Which ones are orange? Mongols are orange. No, Berbers are yellow. Armenians are orange. Hindustanis are orange. What other orange civs are there? There might be a few. Oh, I like orange or purple for Mayans. One of the two. There is actually no campaign in all of AoE that has you playing in purple. Or not purple, gray. That's wrong. I'm actually right. I'm literally always right.
Himo.
Alright, just scouts and spearmen running around, guys. Obviously nothing that wild. Just going to be about defending yourself while also getting your farm numbers going. And when we see a scout opening on both sides, the question really becomes, who's going to blink first and make archers or skirmishers? You know, who's going to build that archery range first? Because it's worse for your economy, but you need it to effectively counter the spearmen from your opponent. And indeed, right there, archery range is coming for Kapach. Kato, meanwhile, content to just go scouts and spearmen for now. Actually not really making any army, to be honest. And he will be able to wall himself in fairly effectively, and if he can wall like that, he will get that gold mine under his control. Like, odds versus evens, all being blank, middle being pocket. Different. I don't know how it works in any other age game. That is how it works in AoE, though. No way to pick who's in what position? Well, in a practical sense, that's actually the most important thing, is being able to pick which position you're in a team game. Lots of Thors? What do you mean, lots of Thors? But yes, people are very impassioned on what color they believe to be which civ, so that's always a topic that has a lot of interaction from viewers. Ah, yes, that's true. Alright, guys, little bit of a scuffle here. Kapach has the slight numerical advantage. Huns do have those faster working stables, which is nice, and he's 3 kills to 0 deaths, and he's ahead of Tattoo in resources, which is pretty wild, honestly. And that's just pure eco-efficiency from Kapach. Normally, Huns are not at all going to be able to be ahead of Romans in terms of resources. It says Lancer damage 9, 3 times 2 attack. It's basically 3. The Fire Lancer attack is 3 damage, yes. That's how it works. It's 3 damage that you can't block with anything. Green Portuguese? Green Portuguese is fine, although I always think of Portuguese as more of a blue civ. Although yellow Portuguese is the default in AoE 3. Team games? Yeah, being able to select your position in team games is super important. For those who weren't around in ye old days, it was actually a bit of a controversial decision. Do we allow players to pick their position in team games? Because that's going to, on the one hand, mean that civs are much more streamlined to have that perfect pocket civ or perfect flank civ. But on the other hand, it's then less important to have a super flexible civ. And you get fewer situations of, oh, I have a Britain pocket and a Frank flank, and my opponent has the other one. And they just have a huge advantage because of it. But that was a very real conversation that we had back in the day in terms of what did we as a community want. But yeah, if Kapach doesn't take damage at home, which he's not so far, just with these little quick walls, then Tato, obviously not in that same position. And this is the downside of not going for those archers. It's usually pretty tough, actually, to skip an archery range. Like, skipping an archery range is just not something you can usually do on open maps these days. It's picked? Yeah, there is no situation in any team game event or anything like that, or ladder, where you don't pick your position. All you can do is play as local inhabitants, that's good. Anyway, Tata's going double stable here. Guys, I don't love this, to be honest. I really don't. Generally speaking, the more diverse army composition is going to be better than the less diverse army composition. Tato's just now getting forging. He does not have bloodlines or +1 defense. Okay, well, there's bloodlines, I suppose. But Kapach is getting nicely ahead in resources, but Tato can get some nice interception of the reinforcements. Honestly, a little underwhelming there from Tato. If he had recognized the archers and spearmen there right away, he could have gotten a much, much better engagement. But now Kapach has a way larger army because guess what, guys? It's a lot easier to go scout plus archers than pure scout. Tato's having to buy a second defensive watchtower, and he's just not able to go for a counterattack. Kapach is just small wall. This is usually what people do on Land Madness these days instead of trying to really rush up a big wall. Big wall, big wall. Oh, geez, Kapach is on his way up to Castle Age. Oh, no, Tato could be super dead and eliminated from the tournament. Tato's going pure scouts and is behind in food collected, guys. That is very, very bad. It does seem like Tato's not had quite enough farmers based relative to the number of scouts he's trying to produce. Yeah, I mean, basically, it was a Band-Aid solution back in the Voobly days to assign player position to player color, because that's something they could technologically do. One would hope that DE would have a separate way to pick pocket or flank. But as we all know, the technology is simply not there yet. Tato's also looking super dead, by the way, guys. I mean, that Castle Age up is going to be coming in closer and closer. Kapach is still not going to be taking any damage to any enemy scout cavalry. Like, unless there's a very tragic overchop, which there is not. Or overmine. What are these scouts supposed to do? You need to have some sort of ranged component to your army, otherwise just random palisade walls are actually going to be all you need. Unless you can just somehow get through the palisades with your scout cavalry, but I'm going to have to press X to doubt on that one. Which is funny, because there's only been 5 kills this game, and yet Tato feels so irrevocably far behind. That said, Tato is still relatively safe at home for the time being. Second TC from Kapach is not something that Tato can let happen. But again, Tato is way ahead in wood collected, but how much does that matter, guys? And the thing is, Tato isn't full-walled, which means the knights can just run by the TC because, well, they're knights. They do that sort of thing. Gold mining upgrade coming in here from Tato. Tato's really going to need to make some magic happen. I mean, again, it's the difference between just trying to small wall yourself in versus having these larger walls. And how much better having the small walls are these days.
Second.
The small walls necessitate that you need archers to deal with it, and Tato is just skipping the archery range in a way that I feel is very tough to make work these days. It's not impossible, but it often feels like you're making your life harder. Anyway, it's just double stable knight right now. He did get Bodkin. He has 2 ranges and 2 stables, which feels like a little indecisive, but it's probably fine from Kapach. Third stable coming in here from Tato. He's still 35 seconds away from the Castle Age. This is a bit of an overcommitment. And resource walls. Well, I guess the small walls are making like an egg base, and then the resource walls are the, well, what Kapach has. I think that's a perfectly fine distinction. Wouldn't have caught me on Twitch? Well, that is why we're trying to do the YouTube stream. So again, I really appreciate everyone who's checking out the YouTube stream, and it's something that I'll at least be trying for another couple weeks. And if you guys are liking it, then I'll make it a permanent thing. Alright, here's the deal, guys. Resources collected are even at this point, although Kapach is on the extra TCs, but Tato isn't dead yet. And I do think Kapach was a little indecisive there. He's been indecisive as to which army composition he wants to go for, and he was indecisive as to does he want to full commit here. I think that if he ran in with the archers here on the side where all the farms were so you couldn't wall behind it, then Tato, who doesn't even have fletching for his TC, probably wouldn't be able to stop it, and then Kapach just wins the game. But that obviously didn't happen. And as we all know, Romans are a pretty silly civ. Monastery in for Kapach. And maybe he actually sold the rest of his stone. Tato's looping around the back here. Wheelbarrow coming in as well. Okay, there's the third TC for Kapach. Again, Tato only on the 1. Does he not know? Does Scotty not know? Okay, I think he might have seen the farmers there. Okay, maybe he's gonna get like 1 villain a monk. Okay, just a monk so far. Oh, the poor lady! She just wanted to farm. Knight's coming in from the other side as well from Tato, guys. No +2 defense yet, and we do have Bodkin in for Kapach, but Tato, he's trying to make it work. Got several Scorpions out, looking to launch a counterattack. And Tato's certainly a good enough player to make a comeback happen, possibly. And I think it is going to be a 1 TC all-in. A little bit of an AI army for both players, for sure. We're going to have Pikeman, Scorpion, Light Cav, Knight from Tato, and Knight, Archer, Scout from Kapach. Yes, Tato does need to do a lot of damage, but I do think he has an opportunity to do a lot of damage, and that's very important, right? It's okay to need to do damage so long as you set yourself up well to do that damage, and that's what Tato's doing. Because remember, Kapach does not have 3 stables, and he does not have 3 archery ranges, so he can't really go for anything, you know, super decisively. Still, the greatest enemy of Tato this game has been town centers and walls. And the TCs are going to be able to protect the vills for now. Those lumberjacks are still working, so obviously Kapach can gather those resources. Going after those buildings, it's like okay, but still you want to be doing economic damage. Because Kapach is 400 res collected ahead right now, and will be getting further ahead as the game goes on. Tato just a few pikemen here at home. He has to obviously take care for the counterattack potential. That's what wrecked him in game number 1. But Kapach is doing just fine so far. Destroying military buildings is not an effective use of your army. Scorpions don't really do a whole lot here. I think Tato is anticipating much more of a Cav Archer focus than what we're seeing, but it's just pure Knight right now. Alright, that's 1 successful conversion from Tato. The Scorpions are being pounced on. Yes, they do have the reduced minimum range as the Romans, remember. Uh-oh, more pikemen being brought to bear. Even Bosaw upgrade coming in for Tato, so his eco is not going to be, like, completely hopeless. Although Kapach is ahead by 1,000 resources, and defensive Mango number 1 is on its way. Alright, here comes the Mangonel. The Scorpions are going to need to scooch back. Tato does smartly pull back for now. It is 41 army right now for Tato. The Knight numbers are almost identical, and of course Tato has a bunch of things that are not Knights. Looks like a pikeman that's going to get converted. Not really all that exciting. Still, that Mangonel is not being sniped. It is such a tricky spot for, honestly, both players. Really, really tough to defend and tough to attack. Scorpions trying to do what they can. Pikemen are there. Remember, they have that extra armor with the Romans. Another Knight is going to get converted by Tato. Is this a good enough engagement for him? The TC is right there. Is that enough? Oh, it's really close, guys. Winner of this game moves on to the quarterfinals. The Scorpions are going down. The army numbers are still kind of comparable, which in theory should be much better for Kapach. Tato adds in another TC, and whoa! I mean, remember when Kapach was 25 vills ahead? Uh-oh! 24 vill kills! Oh my goodness, and that is, of course, what happens when you have this huge fight at the front. It's where all of the attention is being focused, and Kapach not seeing just a few Knights bleed through, and now Tato in a dominating position in this game is Kapach being a little too greedy going to the 3 TCs, and of course not paying attention. And now Tato, look at this, he knows he got that damage done. Go for the 3 TCs behind. And of course, Hun's not really the best defensive civ. Tato knew that his opponent was only gathering wood over here because this wood line was denied. It's high pitch. Hey, you know, I'm trying to cast well. But yeah, that was a beautiful, beautiful engagement from Tato. Like I said, it's okay to be in a position where you need to get damage done if you set yourself well up to do that, and that is exactly what Tato did. Now Tato nicely ahead in resources destroyed. Kapach is still a little bit ahead in resources, but the vill numbers are still even. The issue is that Roman eco as well, it's Roman eco. Kapach is actually on 4 stables right now, but the pikeman numbers are continuing to climb for Tato. Of course, both players healing their injured units with monks, always something I love to see. And look at this, guys, TC number 4 for Tato. It's all you need as Romans, right? You just had a little window that you needed to get damage done, and now you can just lean on your amazing eco. It's going to be very difficult to push with the very strong pikeman here from Tato. Chain Barding Armor is going to be on its way now for our blue player. Oh, you do not want to be doing that, Kapach! Yes, in an ideal world, Kapach would go for Cav Archers, but upon seeing the Knight focus, I think, from Tato in Feudal Age, Kapach wanted to focus more on Knights. Remember, Kapach got 2 archery ranges, got Bodkin, and then decided to go for 2 stable Knights. I do think that moment of indecision and the lack of pushing in here when he had the Castle Age advantage could easily be the moment that if Kapach loses this game, he's going to look back and be like, "Nyah," and that exact voice. Anyway, now they're gonna see me rolling. They hatin'. The Knight focus when Tato is in Feudal Age. Remember, Kapach was faster up to Castle Age by a pretty decent amount. Anyway, guys, this is very, very brutal right now. Now you're trying to make a Cav Archer switch, but obviously going for a CA switch is pretty darn rough when you're behind this much an army. And it's just Romans, man. Head on, applied directly to the forehead. It's still the high ground for those Knights. The army counts aren't that dissimilar. Units are still missing some upgrades, though, and again, Tato is being much more decisive in his RV switches than is Kapach. And yet, as we say, he's not dead yet. That was a fairly efficient fight for Kapach. He's keeping himself alive. Even Iron Casting coming in for Tato, interestingly. I mean, it does affect both of his military units here. 4th TC as well from Blue. That's going to help him stay alive at the front. Remember, Tato has no more siege component to his army. Due to eco kills, remember, Tato is ahead in resources destroyed and in economy somehow. Don't really know how. This should be resources collected, in which Kapach is still slightly ahead. Well, the thing is, if you convert a Roman pikeman, they're so bad at killing each other, right? So every time the slow attacking pikeman pokes at another Roman pikeman, it's almost like a wasted attack. And that lets the high damage units, the Knights and the Cav Archers, really, really rack up those kills. So converted pikeman is actually really good just in terms of absorbing the other pikeman attacks. Anyway, now one Knight raid deserves another, guys, and now Tato's the one who is going to be retreating. Of course, he has his own TCs to fall back to, but he does not have ballistics, and now he's only just now grappling fletching. Tato did get 2 relics already, which is a nice pickup. And it's still now it's still a very tricky position for Kapach. Tato's going to be a really tough nut to crack at this stage, and yet Kapach is still kind of hanging in there. But yes, these Knights have killed 0 vills so far. And that's because all of Tato's eco is either walled in or under the TC. This is the exposed part of Tato's eco, but it's also right next to all of the barracks, right? So at this point, Tato in a very good spot defensively. And look at the opposite, guys. This is just a perfect mirror right now. These villagers far away from a TC, and there isn't a whole lot to stop them. And now you have Kapach's Knight Raid doing nothing, Tato's Knight Raid doing a lot. Even with Kapach having the Bodkin in for the TC. You have a castle incoming now. It is true. And Tato's army is primarily just pikemen. But Tato's defense there, absolutely stellar. Castle can help buy time at the front, but of course it's land madness, right? The whole point of the map is that you can run around everywhere on it. Yeah, look, as now Kapach realizing he can't switch into CA, and he's going to go right back into full-on Knights into Roman Pikemen. Right, exactly. I mean, Tato's just been so much more decisive in this game. No, Kapach was just mining stone. Remember, his third TC was built on this stone. Oh boy, guys, Tato wants to advance past this group stage. He is getting chain barding armor. And here is a get out of my series castle. He lost game number 1, but is looking to make the comeback happen. And remember, guys, we have one more series after this. It is going to be Sito and somebody else who I'm forgetting. Hart. Sito and Hart, yes. Same stakes. Imp is coming in for Kapach, though. Okay. He does want Imp. How does he not die? Tato himself getting bodkin. Guys, someone want to explain to me how Kapach doesn't just die here on the way into Imperial Age, and then, like, well, what does he even do in him? If he was going for mass cav archers, then that's something, but guys, Cavalier with +4 defense don't kill these pikemen all that much more efficiently. Another defensive castle, but that's a lot of farming infrastructure that's been taken down. Tato is ahead by 26 villagers. His own eco with Romans is rocketing ahead. Tato's got all the map control. Tried and true imp into GG. Oh, yes. Oh, I think Kapach wants to make a switch into CA now, but he simply cannot do so. He doesn't have the resources for it. And guys, it looks like Tato will be taking down Kapach when it matters in these games 2 and 3. And like I said, I really think it goes back to this part of the game right here. Tato was behind in eco, he was behind in Castle Age time, but Kapach simply did not commit too much to any one thing. He went 2 TCs, 2 Stable Knight, and 2 ranges, but not even getting crossbowmen or cav archers. Yeah, of course, the eco KD is hilariously lopsided. Kapach gonna try and, of course, get those archery ranges down, but he simply does not have the necessary eco. We are right-clicking TCs with knights and pikemen. Or screw, he doesn't have the resources. His entire eco's been harassed like crazy. I mean, yeah, it's... For a series that had a very straightforward Game 1 and Game 2, this Game 3 has definitely been very, very back and forth. Romans don't have Arson. Remember, they're the only civ that don't get Arson or an equivalent thereof. Okay, now Kapach has 23 vills on gold. I mean, look at this, guys. Tato with outposts on the side of the map. He knows if Kapach is trying to go out and expand to the side. Yep. Don't know why. Probably because the Roman Men-at-Arm rush would probably be too good if they had Arson. But yeah, Romans don't get Arson. Yeah, Tato got 4 relics behind all of this. I mean, this is the Tato we want to see, right? He was in a rough spot. Early Castle Age was looking so bad for Tato. But you know what? 1 TC, kind of a janky push. Knight plus Pike plus a few siege units. He needed to get damage done. It looked like he was just derping around here with the stable, but eventually he was able to make it happen. And now Tato obviously just has a gigantic army, a gigantic eco, he's max pop, Kapach is below 100, and if GG isn't called before Imp, it will be called as soon as Imp comes in. Oh look, more dead vills. 106 dead vills this game from Tato, and of course, it was the Knight raid over here that really put Kapach in a terrible position. And of course, like, that's just the thing with Romans, right? You just give them that opportunity. As soon as the villager count looks like it's equal, then boom, Romans get really far ahead, and Kapach was just always on the back foot after that. Really, really fun game, number 3, though. And remember, guys, again, one more series, Hart and Sito. And then the group stage will end, and then all this week will be the playoffs, and I'll be here to cast it.
Salve.
Is it a throw? Like I said, if this game is played again, I don't know if Kapach makes a different decision. To not pressure here when he had, like, what was it, like 6 scouts, some archers and spearmen, and Tato only had feudal age units to defend. Yeah, hitting Imp and getting 6 upgrades at once is pretty feels good, man. I really do think that if Kapach does that, he's the one who's advancing out of the group stage in this tournament. C-Tram coming in for Tato, just garrisoning in the Rams. I mean, obviously he's winning this one. Turns out that this gigantic army from Tato is probably not getting stopped. Well, Kapach had nothing to do with Imp, right? He had no resources. Anyway, GG, well played, and indeed it was very, very good last game here, and Tato going to advance 8% more efficient to Nico. 124 villagers killed to 3. But I think, like, the first few villagers were killed by Kapach, right? So it's like he got the good start, and then it's just everything really, really started to fall apart. You see the big fight here that Tato was able to take. I mean, just look at this, guys. This window here. If you go to the technology tab, 2134 versus 2436. That is a 3-minute and 2-second castle age timing advantage. Right here. Kapach having a larger army. And that, he just could not follow it up. Again, you can't make a mistake like that against someone like Tato. Okay, more talking between them in Spanish, so this is where I rely on my dear Spanish-speaking viewers. GG2TB no debería poderse valer en este map. Yo no tenía forma. Es una estupidez. Oh no! You shouldn't be able to wall on this map. I mean, the walling put Tato behind. It's not really even so much the walling that was an issue. Tato wasn't fully walled. That's the thing. Like, remember, the main reason Kapach got ahead early was because Tato spent all that time and resources walling. Alright, Hart versus Sito will be the last set of the day. Let's update our stream titles. And hopefully we've done the drafts already. Hello, Smiley. Oh, RF. I love me some RF, guys. Let me pull up the drafts for you guys. I can click the button. Then I'll update the scoreboard too. It looks like Hart is the person on the left. What I try and do, guys, is I not update the scoreboard until I know who's on which side of the AoE 2CM draft. It is a lesson I've learned from long years of screwing up. Oh, but guys, look what map we have. Guess what map we have? We're going to Kawasan, Mr. Ornlu. Where were you when every other series had Kawasan in it? You may not like it, but we have achieved peak Age of Empires. Yeah, Heart's on the left. The W stands for Kawasan. I've heard people say that Kawasan gives us amazing games. And yes, there have been amazing games on Kawasan, but that's just because there have been so many freaking games played on that map. Yeah, if you have 1,000 tournament games on a map, then yes, some of them will be good. Working wait. Oh, thanks. Yes. Like I said earlier, I was visiting my friends in St. Louis this weekend. Was a lot of fun. But I like casting, man. It is good to be back. Yes, Mr. Dog. I guess I need to get up. Ornlu streaming that frequently will get you fired. Oh no. I mean, I do stream a lot. It was just a little bit over the past few days I didn't as much. Oh, time to be unprofessional again. Whoops. Not setting up the scoreboard before jumping in. More demerits. Alright guys, we are here on Fortress, Regicide Fortress of course. The only time it isn't the latter version of a map. Wait a minute, no it's not. It isn't Regicide Fortress. That's right, it's just regular Fortress. It's so freaking weird. Why are they not playing Regicide?
Vos orders?
Wait, but they start with more than regular vills. Because you only get like 5 extra vills by this time. Huh. Extra vills? Oh, okay. I never get Fortress, man, when I play ladder. It's so weird, though. Like, I don't even know why ladder Fortress isn't Regicide.
Hey.
Is it really that hard to figure out the one map that's Regicide? Map not tiny? Oh, is it? No, it's tiny. Wins the series through whoever is losing is out. That is correct. Careful considerations. You finally and regrettably admit you cannot beat Hare in a best of 5. That's okay.
Hi.
You know, we all have our shortcomings in life.
Hey.
With 10 bills. Huh.
Hey.
Yeah, very strange.
Orders?
Very, very strange. Anyway, Sitaux versus Hart should be a very even matchup. We're both looking at guys who are kind of in that top 10 to 12 range. Generally speaking, I do think Hart is a bit stronger. Okay, here's my hot take, guys. Hart is more consistently high a level player than Sitaux is, but Sitaux has a higher peak than Hart in terms of being able to take games from the very top.
Bonjour.
There's my blisteringly scalding take. Still, I think this could be a very good set. Sito has beaten Hera.
Adish.
I do love Fortress. Guys, Fortress was historically like one of my favorite maps to play, and then no one would ever play it with me. It's very tragic. Fortress gives us the late game of an open map, which I love, without having to deal with the hamstring of the early game. Like, I know, man. It's rough. Also, people spam Cumans on Fortress, which I hate.
Hi.
Crazy for that take? Indeed. Alrighty, guys. So, Feudal Age is on the way here for both players. No idea what the meta is for non-Regicide Fortress. No Horse Collar, though, for Sito is kind of interesting. Politicians now? I mean, I'm usually very measured in what I say.
Adish.
In all honesty, I don't think I actually deliver any super hot controversial takes. As a caster, it behooves me to get along with everybody. Anyway, guys, I mean, will Sito have the resources needed for Castle Age? I mean, he's got a lot of ills on gold right now. Jokic or SGA, I mean, they're completely different players. But SGA had the better year.
Si. Bonjour. Vos ordres?
That said, I was really pulling for the Pacers in the finals.
Hi.
I have a feeling could be wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a 2-1 either way. Chinese band? I would imagine so. Didn't see the draft until we actually got into the game, and no, actually. Oh, no, never mind, they were. I'm like, what? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I did go out against slavery, guys.
Hey.
This stream is not pro-slavery. So if you're pro-slavery on either of these chats, guys, I'm afraid I just can't be with you. Yep, perfect time here from Hart. 7 seconds idle time from Sito. Obviously, big noob.
Si.
Big noob. Nah, it's totally fine. But yeah, you don't need to mine any stone here, because for those who are wondering, like, why do you play Fortress on Regicide, it actually doesn't even have to do with the fact that you have the king in the castle, although that is certainly part of it. Remember that Regicide has a different villager setup. You start with 10 vills instead of 3, and because the map is closed and has walls and towers, then having the faster start makes sense. And you start with a different resource spread. You start with 500 wood, 500 food, 0 gold, and 150 stone, instead of 200, 200, 100, 200. So you start with less gold and stone and more food and wood, and that just gave you a bit of a faster start to the game.
Vos ordres?
Although this one has you start with normal resources, but 10 vills, so it's a little weird. Anti-slavery normative. Unpaid labor? No, I know. I'm a hypocrite. What can I say? Alrighty, guys. So, in case you don't know, Bengalis and Burgundians are both amazing closed map civs. If this map is specifically arena, I actually kind of like it a little bit more for Bengalis. Because Bengalis can kind of keep up on eco with Burgundians, and I like their late game a bit more on like super close maps. On Fortress, though, obviously things are going to be a little bit different, and you do have the better cavalry, right? The faster units to run around as Burgundians, so I do like that. You can see Sito is ahead here in resources collected, even with his 7 seconds of idle TC time. It's still a very even civ matchup. Hart, of course, is 4 vills ahead thanks to his Bengali bonus and is faster in getting his TCs down. Whereas Hart does have the extra wheel-heavy plow coming in. Oh, hey, this even shows the discount. See, it's 83 food instead of the normal 125. No, Sito has heavy plow. Hart does not have heavy plow. Of course, both of these civs have good unique units for taking map control, although Coustelier are a bit better with less investment. Oh, ran right back into the arrows on that one. Sito Scout was like, wait, you almost missed me. This actually does go to the edge of the map, so you can really easily wall here to the back. As our blue player, you have back gold and stone with which to work. Gold there on the side is something that you can probably take a little bit sooner rather than later. Whereas, same deal here for Hart on the other side. He's got more to wall to get to this northern edge of the map, but he's also much closer to that neutral gold than Sito is to that gold. 80 kilograms of meat, oh my goodness. Sito getting more eco upgrades here with the Burgungans. Oh my god. With when I was in St. Louis, for some reason, my friends would... they just decided, and I guess I joined in too, to do a bunch of Jar Jar Binks impressions whenever we were playing our board games or Jackbox. It's like, oh, Ani, how could you do that, Ani? How could you give the Supreme Chancellor emergency powers, Ani? Meat golem. Alright, wheelbarrow in now here for blue. Better eco upgrades for Sito, but now Hart, with his greater villager count, is ahead in resources. Worst Jar Jar? Oh, I'm really bad at it. I'm real bad. Yes, it was exactly Jar Jar. Alright, Ratha. Getting converted. The Jar Jar voice. No! Oh, the Coustelier, though. Like I said, in these super low commitment situations, the Coustelier are better, but the Scout was converted! Frickin' hacker, man! Is Julia Twist for the ages? Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Double Scout at this point is so OP for Hart, man. His macro's been quite good, and again, Bengali Eco now on 4 TCs sooner than his opponent. He's doing great. Well, Rathas are chonkier than Coustelier, which is quite true. Koreans are amazing. They're picked all the time on tons of different maps and tournaments. Koreans are probably one of the... on average, Koreans are easily a top 15 civ in the game. Bulgarians and Sicilians are definitely the worst. If I had to pick one, I'd probably say Bulgarians. Because Bulgarians have very few use cases. Well, Sicilians can do cheesy stuff a lot better than Bulgarians can, but Bulgarians are still probably a better generic civ than our Sicilians. Also, I mean, it would probably be, in my opinion, way before they got buffed, but they did just get buffed, so I have no idea. Well, Sicilians were picked only in the setting where you could just go for the cheese, right? The Donjon Rush. Well, it's not even really cheese anymore. Just good.
Hi.
But yeah, you, like, never see Bulgarians, because there's almost always a better civ that does what Bulgarians do. Got the hang of Koreans? Well, Koreans, you need to play a little bit differently, right? You need to lean into their more defensive identity, rely on those trash units to defend yourself early on, and then do the tower push, use war wagons, rocket carts. I mean, you'd have to... Koreans, you don't really want to play like a generic civ. You have to lean into their strengths. Although you still do have, you know, Halbar, bombard cannon, so like it's not like it's hopeless or anything. Oh, nice little job there from the Ratha.
Hi.
I mean, we are looking at 4 monks and 8 Rathas to 5 Coustelier and 1 monk, so obviously a heavier investment from Hart, but he is ahead by 1,000 resources, so his macro is looking extremely good. University coming in as well. Get 10-vil lead. A little bit more idle time, but he just got those TCs down faster. You can see here, was up to Castle Age, was at around 30 seconds faster, but got those extra TCs right away, and has shown great macro. That said, Imperial Age times will likely be fairly similar. Of an OP theme, that's very true. The Sicilian theme is fine, but the Bulgarian theme is like literally the best in the game. I'm sorry, guys. Just it's the theme, man. It's too good. All right, so the imp timing is obviously going to be a bit faster here for Sito. Apology not accepted. Tragic. I always like the idea of gathering the gold that is forward sooner, especially on a map like Fortress where you can end up getting pushed pretty far into your base. Why would you apologize for peak? Exactly. I mean, clearly Hart's going to be going for Rotha as his main unit, which is perfectly fine. The Ornlu originals, oh no. I don't know if anyone should be subjected to that. +1, that would be very confusing. Hikes! Okay, so Sitau's gonna be going for the Paladins. I don't know, guys. Oh, does Munster a little opposition? Well, that was definitely not an insta. Rothas are pretty silly. Get so far ahead. I mean, he's just been making Rothas this whole time. And he's ahead in resources because his early boom was better. It was just better macro. Not that it was bad from Sito, it was just, like, excellent from Hart. And he's going to be able to get this castle on the really, really nice hill that is basically dead between the two players. Alright. I mean, Cavalier are on the way, but... You're not really able to do anything with the faster Imperial Age time right now as Sito. It's just more Rotha. Paladin is on its way, however. But you only have 2 Cavalier, which is, in case you did not know, not especially impressive in this situation. Vineyards! Of course, Hart, 4 TCs, gets those 8 bills as soon as he hits Imp, which actually is relevant at this point in the game. Revert back to actual music. Alright, Pikeman coming in here from Hart. I'm kind of surprised Sito didn't open Skirmishers. I mean, they are the best unit in Age of Empires. Remember what Tato did on Arena, where he went for Skirmishers into the Paladins? With the Bombard Cannon support? I feel like that's probably going to be a bit better here. And I like, you know, obviously RF and Arena are different maps. Or I guess just Fortress and Arena. But I still think that the flow chart of unit production of Skirmishers into... Oh, rip. Yeah, of skirms into the cavalry units with the gunpowder support. Probably going to be a little bit better. Still not all the relics have been taken, but yeah, they're looking at close to 3,000 more. In what world is this going to be good? Elite Rotha in at the same time as Paladin. Paladin? It's the Paladin. Against the Pala Empire it in. Oh, come on! That said, Rotha only have 6 attack. Same as a not heavy cav archer. But he does have pikes in, and of course they are chunky units. And Hart is still taking a very, 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 very good fight. Getting your paladins outproduced by unique units is not typically a great sign. Oh, going into the melee mode there is a little surprising, though. Especially without forging in. Chemistry in for Tato. Of course, access to bombard cannons is a huge plus for the Burgundians in this matchup, but right now, it is just the better macro from Hart that's carrying him through right now. Okay, now we have that archer range switch incoming. Tato, you know what, guys? I feel like there's a lot of judgment coming in from the Twitch chat right now. Just because I don't know how to properly pronounce which player is actually playing, doesn't mean I am big noob. Oh boy. Halb is on its way. Pikeman production has just started, remember? And I mean, these are still paladins. But, well, Rothas are doing work. Yep, still no bloodlines in. Or husbandry, for that matter. I think Hart never built... No, he did build a stable. He just forgot to use it. Obviously, not ideal. 2 relics for each. The last one's just kind of hanging out there by itself. And Sito is gonna... Sito sees the gold over there, right? Yes, he does. Okay, that's important. Red does have Mahayana, by the way. Oh, got rotating crops. Literally rotating crops. Don't throw your paladins away, Sito, please. Skirmisher production starting here as well. Remember, though, that Rothas do have 1 Cav Archer armor, which makes them a little bit more resilient to skirmishers. But yeah, Red should... these are very, very passive castles from Hart. I mean, again, Hart's macro has been great. He's at 200 population. But once Sito himself reaches 200 population, then it, you know, it's not really going to matter as much. That's kind of funny looking. But yes, Stone Gates only have 6 Pierce armor. And you are at, you know, basically 110 or so population right now as our blue player. The Pala aren't super strong? I don't know, they did control, like, most of Eastern India in their heyday. I think that's pretty strong. Alright, Skirm's still missing Bracer. No gold game? I mean, Burgundians should be a better grindy civ than Bengalis, especially without the Elephant Archers. 10 joke? Well, that's better than I usually do. Add more strategy to the game. The thing is, you want AoE 2 to feel fluid and fast. A lot of the suggestions people make to, you know, make the game more realistic would end up making the game feel much less fluid. And it's generally less fun to play with units that you can't really control very well. Alright, castle over here to the west. Yes, again, Hart has a big lead. For sure, no question. Much more valuable army. He's now pressuring with the trebuchets over here, but he hasn't killed Sito yet. And Sito is at 200 pop as well. I guess technically you're higher than 200 pop as Hart, but you get the idea. Still even missing +2 defense, not ideal. I mean, that's still like 40 Ratha. But it's not like... I guess Blue's not able to take that gold yet. Castle down, though. Bombards are going to come in, though. Oh, can they reach? Not quite. Oh, Ballistics is a pretty good upgrade. Halb now on the way for Blue as well. And again, it's a huge lead for Hart, don't get me wrong. I still give him like a 75% chance to win the game, but I also would have given him a 75% chance to win the game like 15 minutes ago game time, so by that I'm saying that yes, Hart is ahead, but he's not really getting any more ahead that you would expect to really, you know, close out a game when you're ahead in AoE2, right? Especially when you're looking at players that are this high level. Rotha are gonna charge in. Okay, if some Rotha are gonna charge in, I like that decision. Gonna be another Bombard snipe. Yeah, light cav switch to be a meat shield for the Rotha. Makes sense. Basically, think of the Rotha like the light cav, then you go light cav plus cav archer. Very common army composition. Resources destroyed. Oh man, it's still so heavily in favor of Hart. That is a good KD, that's for sure. And right now, he's just have more army and more eco, thanks to Mahayana. Of course, a very nice upgrade there for the Bengalis. Still, is this going to be that bad of a fight for blue? Yeah, it is. Halibs are coming in as well. I don't know, guys. Why am I not, like, super 1000% sold on Hart still winning this game? What's that sound from troll? I don't even know. It looked like the units were just kind of derping out. Yeah, Sitaux got... In that fight, Sitaux got closer in resources destroyed and not further away. I mean, still, again, the resources bank is fantastic right there for Hart. He still has the way better army. Why didn't he not pick up... He saw this relic, right? Yeah, he knows about the relic. Why didn't he pick it up? Weird. Okay, that was another very good fight there for Hart. 45 wall, let's go. You may not like it, but 45 walls are perfect. Okay, so Sito does get the rest of that stone there. He's now gathering the gold here to the east. If you look at the overall res collected, it still should be better in almost... Okay, it is actually mostly a wood advantage, and we all know how important that wood advantage is. Not. Love those Western European fortified walls, though. Ellie Archer? Well, I mean, if you're going Rothos, you're probably not going Ellie Archers. That I don't think it's criminal that Hart isn't going Ellie Archers here. Like, you could argue that late game Ellie Archers are better than Rothos, which they probably are in a lot of situations, but like I said, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Okay, check the clip. Was that an actually useful interaction, essentially? Because the fight did not go well for Hart there, relative to what it probably could have. Anyway, this is now going to be getting better and better for Hart. He's got done a really nice job of getting this production closer. That's probably not going to be a very good fight either here for Sito. He also doesn't have any building HP upgrades, SMH. Yeah, Hart really leveraging Mahayana and just spamming more and more units forward. That castle is under threat. You do still have a little bit of stone left with which to repair for our blue player. No, oh, no, we do have Senior Engineers, my bad. Take that into consideration. Well, not my tournament, not my problem. I love avoiding responsibility. Yeah, still no bombard cannons. Well, I guess there's like the one bombard cannon, but you're still not really able to poke and prod with your longer range unit here. Because now, look at that, the bombard's going to go down. Or it can snipe the prey boucher. And yet again, guys, I mean, I guess you're still probably winning. Yeah, you're fine, you're fine. Even the one light cav raid, always essential. Okay, got a treb coming in over here. Another snipe on the bombard cannon. Got more bombards on the way. But look at this, the gold count for Hart isn't especially stellar. Look at those walls, man. Too early to call it. Okay, it's crazy how much better the score is for Hart. He's ahead in resources, he's ahead in resources destroyed, he's ahead in population, he's ahead in map control. And yet, it's still not over. Like, not over at least. Ratha are gonna try and dive in there, but the Halbs are here. And the Bombards, of course, obviously just gonna go right back. Architecture coming in too. I don't know, guys. I don't see a world in which this game is actually over yet. Yeah, Bengalis would be ridiculously overpowered with Bombard cannons. You're already basically a top 5 closed map civ. Of course, Burgundians are another top 5 closed map civ, so I don't really think it's, again, a big advantage one way or the other. Okay, now Sitau's population is starting to drop finally. Still, again, he's not dead though, right? You have one trebuchet sitting in this castle, more are in the queue, but that should be buying Sitau a bit more time to get back up to his 200 population. But the Bombards are getting sniped, which is, of course, very, very important there. A little bit more raiding over there. I'm going to try and go after the castle, which is likely doomed for significant failure. And of course, it's still very important that that fortified wall has not been plugged up, so Hart's still camping that choke point as he absolutely should be doing. Yeah, it feels a little rough. Oh, the English are terrorizing all of Scotland, and it's time for us to fight back! Guys, the Ratha numbers aren't climbing at all. But, like, Sitau's population's dropping now as well. Okay, yeah, the population is now going to be looking finally bad enough. What a weird game, though. Sitau not able to keep up in unit production. You can see here, yes, he's trained more units than his opponent, but Hart's been taking good enough engagements. No more skirmishers are even in the queue. You still have more Ratha in the queue. The resource bank is looking great for Hart, not for Sitau. The bottom right corner of the screen. Oh, guys! Hart's gonna come in for the king snipe! Oh, I don't think I don't think Sitau's king is gonna survive, guys! Poggers! Oh, jeez. Yeah, again, it should be pretty hard over right now. You got 4 units in the queue versus, I guess, 14, which is still not that great. Remember that Rathas are fairly cheap on the gold cost. And Hart did get that last relic finally. Castle goes down, and this game is very over.
Keep believing, keep pretending. We've just
What?
what we set out to do. Thanks to the lovers, the dreamers, and you.
Very poetic, Sean DeWolf. Thanks for the 100 bits. Because it separates between the melee and range. Oh my god, no GG, Toxic AF. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh, Sitau says the unit is OP. Oh no. I thought skirms would kill it. I mean, Rathas are very good, but Sitau fell very far behind in resources. And yet, like, it was weird. That was, like, the least convincing inevitable victory I've seen. It's like, yeah, Sitau's gonna lose this. He hasn't lost it yet, though. Yeah, he's still gonna lose it. Yeah. And then just, like, eventually, okay, yeah, he's definitely gonna lose it. Yeah, I think there was a big mistake to open Paladins. Hart said open skirm bombard cannon, and I actually 100% agree with him. What is that? Coffee pasta. All right. Oops. All right, so that is the Bengalis winning over the Burgundians, so low picks there from each player. And we have two very different maps here with Land Madness and Kawasan. Gonna be much more aggressive. And I gotta say, guys, it feels like we really are seeing the same exact maps over and over and over again in this tournament. I've like not seen Northern Isles or Pacific Isles once. I don't think I've seen Socotra once. I've seen African Clearing maybe once. It's like every series has Land Madness, Arena or RF, and Kawasan, or maybe Four Lakes. Socotra? Okay, well then there is one that I must have not seen. I mean, it absolutely is Warlord's Light. Anyway, guys, this is going to be, I think, tournament life on the line for Sito here. He needs to take this one. Beast sheet. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, we see a lot of Crater. Crater's fine. Nothing wrong with Crater. Yeah, there was no, there's no red decide in the last game, which was why I was joking about the king, because the king doesn't exist. Oh, we're going to Kawasan, Mr. Ornlu. It feels like you just took things from different tournaments and then slapped the generic map pool on it. It really does feel like that. Past the threshold? I mean, Sitaux has made it deep in tournaments before, but this is kind of where he's at, right? He's a fringe top 10, top 12-ish player. All right, guys, here we are. It is indeed Kawasan, Mr. Ornlu. He'll have Hart in the red. I think one game away from moving on to the next stage. He'll be in the red here to the north. And to the south in the blue, as the Italians, it will be Sito. Yes, they're selecting maps Warlord style. It has the different map categories. A rotating... Yes, but other esports don't have the same degree of like map scripting everywhere that we have in AoE 2. Italians, Persians, Portuguese. I think it's Japanese, then Persians, then Portuguese, I would say, personally.
Salve.
I don't think there's a better civ than Japanese on Kawasan. I am watching you. Oh, boy. Warcraft 3, I don't know enough about Warcraft 3 multiplayer. Yeah, most other games use fixed maps. It's really hard to make a good competitive AoE 2 map, which is why what a lot of tournaments do, and my tournaments and John Slow's tournaments do this as well, where you try a bunch of new maps for a tournament, like a bunch of new maps. Some of them will be good, some of them won't be good. You might even have a map contest. But you only use, like, maps that have existed in the previous tournaments. One, if they're, like, a very standard competitive AoE map, like Arena, Nomad, Arabia, obviously, that sort of thing. Or if they're proven in multiple tournaments to have that sort of staying power that you would want from a competitive map. Yes, Cartographers had a very, very good map selection. Although I do think that there was a little bit of an issue in that there wasn't... there wasn't a lot of diversity in the maps. There wasn't enough of a way of forcing players to actually use the entire map pool, which is, I think, something that tournaments struggle to do with in general, is that usually players will just want to pick the same maps over and over again. Competitive? They're at least more entertaining.
Estou pronto. Olá.
But I've also of the opinion, or in the school of thought, I guess, that so long as there is a reasonable amount of competitive integrity, tournaments primarily exist to entertain viewers. Anyway, they're both docking the same pond here, obviously. And blue, I mean, I think he saw the villager, right? So, yeah, she's going to come in for the double check. Sito does see the dock even coming on in. Hart doesn't know for sure, although he might guess. Yes, I do think that the random map scripting is a very important part of Age of Empires. Age of Empires would not be very good with mixed maps. Early game would be way too streamlined. Scouting wouldn't really matter. And just all the little adaptations to the map that you were given just, again, don't matter as much. Oh, the shank through the wall, man! Luma coming in pretty early here for Hart. Wonder why. Oh, maybe it was house and I didn't notice. Yes, it would just be 100% a lame fest with fixed maps. Alright, Feudal Age coming in very fast for Sito. He is the Italians, of course. They are benefiting a lot from a quick age up. And as they're both committing to the same pond, we have to imagine that it is going to be an all-out fight for this pond over here. I would be pretty surprised to see either player drop a barracks quickly. Closed maps only? Yep. Which, I mean, I love closed maps, of course, but more than other RTSs, at least StarCraft, AoE has so much variety in how the games are played out. Like, I remember StarCraft maps, it was like, yeah, some maps are more defensive, some maps are more aggressive, but things generally play out the same on most maps. Alright, dock number 2 coming in. Is Sito going to commit to a second dock? Oh no, he is going for the barracks. Okay, that is surprising to me. Huh. Dead game. Well, I haven't followed StarCraft in a decade. Some people might know. I was captain of my university StarCraft team. I had Grandmaster once. Was Masters for a ton of different seasons up until Legacy of the Void. So I was pretty deep in the StarCraft esports meta side of things. Okay, so yeah, you're gonna go for the Fire Galley, but one would imagine that the uptime difference isn't so significant that Hart isn't just gonna easily deflect the one dock. Okay, got archers coming in for Sito, but I'm a little concerned that this isn't... You're not committing to aggression. Like, yeah, you're gonna get the Fire Galley out, but your opponent's gonna have 2 Fire Galleys very quickly. And let me tell you guys, 2 is a bigger number than 1. I bet you didn't know that. Like, yeah, again, the fire ship takes a little bit of damage, and then the incredibly obvious 2 fire ships beating 1 fire ship comes in. You do have a 3rd Fire Galley on the way for Hart. Let's see if he adds in a 4th one. I really don't think he even needs it. Demo raft coming in.
Presto.
Okay, so... Ooh, did Red see? Yes, he did. Okay, very nicely done there from Hart. He is going to be going into the Spearman. He's getting a defensive archery range. And obviously just a few skirmishers, like 1 or 2 skirms even is all you need to defend against this. Supposed to take my word for it? You're absolutely supposed to take my word for it. I give you no proofs. You crave certainty. I give thee none. Or whatever the Mouth of Sauron line is for in Lord of the Rings. I was literally just listening to that part when I was listening to the audiobooks on the drive to and from Missouri. Well, in an incredibly predictable move, 2 docks beat 1 dock. We do have the dock coming in over here, and thus far Sito assumes that he has been unscouted, but that is obviously not the case. Scout of Blue does go down. We have the defensive watchtower for Hart. Yes, he would rather not have to build it, but he's doing just fine. Hart is as you would imagine, ahead in resources. He's going to be coming in with the fire ship. Sitaux just now going to start walling up. I mean, it feels pretty presumptuous to think that your opponent hasn't scouted you whatsoever, especially since you knew that his light cav, or scout cav, was in the area. 1 instead of 2? Well, yeah, because 1 skirm obviously kills 1 paladin, because skirms are OP. Wondering any of the 9 rings? Oh my goodness, guys. Y'all are goofballs. But so am I. Chat is always a reflection of the streamer. Oh. Hart himself is going archers. That's a little surprising to me. I thought he'd go for some skirmishers to better defend. It's called... Well, the literal game mode that we play is called Random Map. Like, that's literally the title of the game mode. Guys, are we going to have a game where one player is going to win water on both pawns and then immediately win the video game? I mean, Hart's already full-walled here. Sito almost full-walled, or close enough to it. Archers are still chilling in that archery range. Now, Sito might still be able to get a faster castle age. I mean, Sito needs a faster castle age if he has any hope in this game. Already over? No, since when has Kawasan ever been snowbally? Come on, guys. Unlock? Yes. Okay, there's another demo there. Hey, T-West. Okay, now there's a market coming in for red. Sito is still likely going to be able to get a faster castle age time. That demo still isn't going to do a whole heck of a lot. Well, Sito's ahead in resources in the bank right now. And remember, Hart, 6 of his military is Navy. Might get a Vil here. Okay, that's actually not a bad move at all. Maybe Sito can take a good decisive fight there. He is selling his stone. Remember, it's only 680 food, 170 gold to click up to Castle Age, as the Italians. Okay, second range now coming in here for red. Oh my goodness, these archers are all strung out. Why aren't you popping out and just killing them? That is surprising. I thought he'd just pop out and kill all those archers when they're all strung out in a line. Alright, so +1 defense is coming in. Remember, Italians do get that extra archer armor, which is really nice. But yeah, it's going to be 10 archers now on each side, and I really feel like Sito is not respecting that archery range full of archers. 1 fishing ship coming up there. Castle Age is on the way for red. And I mean, Sito still needs to make this timing happen. He's still only on the 1 archery range. Okay, there's the second one just now coming in. And we're already going to have these vills forward with not a mill, a house. And his tower, because archers don't know how to do that. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just surprised that Hart really has just not been trying to take a fight. I mean, it's 11 archers to 11, I guess. Oh, he didn't have fletching. Okay, never mind. My bad. I thought he had fletching. Yeah, that's a pretty good reason. Yeah. Okay, then it's smart to do that. Yeah, he's had the blacksmith for a long time. I just assumed he'd picked up fletching at that stage. Alright, Castle Age is in. No way! Crossbowman is on its way. Oh my goodness! Sito! Okay, just delay the fight long enough to get your archer upgrade in. Is this actually too much? Wow! Oh boy. He couldn't afford Bodkin. Oh my god. And now we're getting ballistics for 3 archers. What are you doing? Okay, now a siege workshop's coming in. Oh my goodness. Now it's 2 pawns to 1. What are you doing, Sito? Okay, you got a mango coming in. I mean, this is literally his tournament life on the line here. What are you doing with that house? Okay, ballistics now coming in here for red. Oh boy. Okay, Mangonel needs to get some work done here. Mangonel still needs to get some work done here. How did that not do anything? Man, Mangonels suck. You'd think that if you're going 1 TC, you go 3 ranges. But it's actually going to be a monastery instead. Remember, this is the version with all the relics in the middle. With ballistics, I think he wanted the unit that was a harder counter to what his opponent was doing. Alright, Bowsaw coming in for both players, so it's not like blue is all in, and the archer numbers are at least more comparable at this stage. Although his Hart's getting that nice Portuguese discount at this point. Archer is looping around the back. I mean, it's still going to come down to micro. It's not like Sito is literally with 0 chance in this game. Got a monk coming in. Those 5 relics would help out a lot. And the deep fish aren't going to last much longer. Oh, gonna just try and intercept some reinforcements. Nice little move there. Market's gonna go down. Obviously, you'd rather that not be the case, but you can just rebuild that as Hart. Both players still on 1 TC. That's not gonna do you any good. Oh, nice job intercepting those units. Right now, Hart's just superior mechanically. What is this wall? Oh boy. Okay, obviously, if you're Sito, you have to take some very good fights. It's as simple as that. So, losing a Mangonel here 1-0 is not good. If you're Sito here, guys, what you need to do is you need to take good fights. Losing a Mangonel 1-0 is not good. Feudal indeed. Oh, come on. Come on. Resources destroyed, still heavily in favor of red. Resources still heavily in favor of red. It is still 3 like, he's still just making more mangonels. It's like from Swamp Drop, what could be worse than a giant paint bubble? 2 giant paint bubbles! Oh my goodness, guys. What the... These mangonels are literally doing nothing. What the heck, man? Alright, second TC coming in. I mean, blue is the first one to add an extra TC. No, you can't use scorpions. They're just going to die to mangonels. There's no way to kill the enemy mangonels at that point. Okay, but the resources destroyed are significantly higher right now for Hart, which is the main thing. The thing is, though, Sito still has the middle of the map. Of course, I always love outposts in Mangonel Wars. You really need to be able to see your opponent coming in. All right. There are no vills here with which to repair for Sito, which I am also not a fan of, whereas we do have that for Hart. We've got that one over there, which is... Oh my goodness, you gotta be careful, though. I mean, this is still so tough for both players. All right, guys, it's all micro. Jeez, Hart's almost gonna click it to imp. Okay, wow. That would be the nail in the proverbial coffin, if that's the case. And indeed, there's imp. Okay, Hart needs to not take a good fight here if Sito is going to have any chance. But thus far, Hart has shown better micro. Because you're not beating your opponent who's in Imperial Age. Okay, that's the start you need. But you need to force engagements, which is really, really tough to do in this situation, because the person who's trying to take a fight almost always takes a worse fight. That's it. Sito's trying to make this work, guys. But see how Sito is the one who's really trying to force the issue, and he's just taking so many losses with Hart backing up? That said, you're still a decent ways off from Imperial. Hart's not building a defensive castle, though. But the thing is, you just can't go next to the siege workshop, right? Because then you don't know if a Mangonel's going to pop out and kill you. The Vil counts are even. Okay, Mangonel's coming out. You cannot just lose a Mangonel for free. That is not the case. Okay, again, very well done from Sito. He's doing the things that you would need to do if you want to come back in this game, and Blue's also up to Imperial Age. He's just now going on to Stone, though. Oh, man. Even gonna go after the Blacksmith. Well, Sito is a score lead right now. That's gonna change in 10 seconds, though. Once an imp comes in. Okay, there's one Mangonel there hanging out in the Siege Workshop. Yeah, no way to get Bracer. He needs another Blacksmith, but that's what he's doing. Oh, jeez. That's a freebie. Oh, my goodness. He's getting armed, but he doesn't have Bracer. Has no way to get it. Okay, Leather Arch Armor and Skirm coming in. Is the power of Skirmisher going to be compelling enough? Beautiful splits, but both Mangonels are going to go down. Arb is in, but again, no Bracer quite yet. Of course, Portuguese have the faster researching text, which is nice. Remember, it's 5 relics for Sito. The Res collected are getting very close. Can Sito hold on here, guys? Gonna be back on 4 ranges now is Hart. And he still has not built a castle yet, which I think is a big fail. Right into the battlefield? Well, kinda. Got a watchtower on the hill once you advance to the feudal age. Still, I mean, you're 30 seconds from Imp, and there's no way... I mean, look at this, guys! Dude, chill! You only have the +1 defense in, remember. Your archers are pretty tanky. No, Hart does not have chemistry. Boom, a good way to tell if you have chemistry or not is actually to see if your arrows are flaming. Meanwhile, look at that Bracer chemistry immediately here for Sito. Chemistry just now queued up for red. It does come in faster as the Portuguese. More and more ranges, but guys, blue still has the high ground. This is such a hamstery game, but at least it's very close. I'll take it. Oh, not even with the high ground did that work. Hart still has a negative KD, though, and he's behind in villagers. Yeah, he's behind in bills, and he's behind in resources at this point, with Hart not getting a second town center. All you need at this point is Ring Archer Armor, and you've got full upgrades, essentially, for your skirms. There's still only a single Mangonel right now as red, and guys, I think Sito's actually outplaying Hart here. Look at this. Hart has the stone for 2 freaking castles. There's Ring Archer Armor coming in. First bombard is on the way. But we're already getting to a lot of skirms. This is an intense game for sure. Hope you guys are enjoying, because I always love me some close AoE2 games. Yeah, no Vaderias either would be another potential usage of all that golden stone here for Hart. But he's on 2 siege workshops. He's producing the bombard cannons. Yes, I think we can all agree that Hart should have dropped castles by now. Stay on ground patrol. What's this? Guys, think of the commute. These guys don't have cars. They have to commute all the way to the Hart's economy living in these houses. That's so sad. Alright, guys, skirms are here. And yes, in general, bombard cannons are good against skirmishers. They only deal 2 damage to them. But right now, the numbers are looking good because Sito has the better economy. 11 more vills, better eco upgrades, I guess having horse collar, and he's got, of course, the 5 relics. Oh boy, guys. Look, gold's gonna run out there. Gold is actually completely running out. This gold is obviously not something you take here as Hart. And the bombard cannons are going to slowly climb a number behind this. Of course, Italians do have that unit nice and cheap with their discount. And now Hart's starting to lose more bills, guys. Sito does not want to go out of this tournament just yet. Castle coming in forward, guys. Did you know that you can build a castle in Age of Empires 2 if you have 650 stone? Or possibly even less stone if you're some civilizations. Oh man, Hart now down at 20 villagers. Sito, I mean, it looks so bad for him. So bad, but this middle high ground is absolutely ridiculous here. And these are definitely, like, this is when Kawasan is at its best, when one player took the pawns and one player has firm control of the middle. It's not usually the case, but when it does happen, you can get some very compelling AoE too. Still 3 bombard cannons, 2-3 bombard cannons, so my micro is still important, but the army numbers and the production are simply going to be superior. What world is that going to work? Not many players can keep up with Hart and micro, though, especially if you're behind in eco, so full credit to Sito for that. Although that was very good micro from Hart. Okay, there's the defensive castle coming in, but of course trebuchets are already on the Trebu way. No, skirms do not get extra armor. That would be very, very, very OP. Oh boy. Trebucheting already starting here. Of course, Sito in a very good spot. There's a bombard splatting. And guys, we are going to be going to Land Madness with a tied series almost certainly at this point. Possible? I didn't think it was possible. Honestly, again, Hart is controlling this beautifully to try and keep himself in the game. I just think that, you know, strategically, he's just... Or I guess tactically, he's a little too far behind. Numbers are not in his favor. Another bombard cannon going down. That is now 0 siege units for our red player. GG is called by Hart. And guys, making half the archers of his opponent, less than half. Sito ties us on up. We are at 1-1 with a very compelling day of AoB2 here. Absolutely coming back. Sito ahead in every resource except stone by the end. Yeah, very, very well played by Sito. That was the game of Kawasan, and it was also a very good game. Oh, Hart says it's a throw. I'm so rusty. The micro, I actually thought was fairly even between the two players. But Sito really, I think, used his resources more effectively. I really think that it was just about the balancing of units, getting just enough mangonels in, getting the second TC behind, making sure that he never ever lost the high ground. That late Castle Age push when he was just trying to out-micro the faster Imperial Age Hart just to give him some map control. Like, I think those were actually the moments that won him the game, as opposed to just saying, oh, Hart lost the micro to Sitaux. I still think it was pretty even. Anyway, first Civ used there on each side. It is probably going to be Magyar's Huns to round this out. Although we could see Vietnamese. Or Georgians. Probably Magyar's Huns, though. For Land Madness. And this, guys, will be the last game of the day, but of course, don't you worry. We got games all freaking week. Quarterfinals start tomorrow, I believe. I think. Actually, do they start tomorrow, or are they just going to be this weekend? I don't know! I hope they start tomorrow. Their quarterfinals are best of 7, so I think like 2 quarterfinals, 2 quarterfinals, 2 semifinals, 3rd place match in grand finals. Who's the best player until now? I mean, the best player in the world right now is Hera, but as to who's the best player of all time is very subjective. No English caster covered ACCM Hera? Oh yeah, I did. Our rest day? Okay, so no games tomorrow. Okay. Well, we'll cover what we can when we can. That's for sure. All right, guys, this is, as they say, for all of the marbles. We'll have here AOC Huns to the southwest for Sito in the blue, and to the red to the northwest, pretty close by on land, as the Forgotten Empires, or the Forgotten Expansion Huns, in his heart. Mr. Wolf, oi! You lads won't cast some AoE 2 down by the pub? I can't do it, guys. I just can't. I can't be English. Who's the next best in AoE 2? I don't think anybody's going to be challenging Hera anytime soon, to be honest. That was an English accent, believe it or not, it was. Alright, as to Huns versus Magyars, it's always going to just be a matter of Magyars are better in early Feudal Age, Huns are better in late Feudal Age, Magyars get another spike in early Castle, Huns are getting much better throughout the Castle Age, and then Huns are all the way better until post-Imp, in which Magyars are better. Yeah, every civ starts with forge bushes under the town center. British person's British. It's my very neutral American accent, man. I have a very default accent. Beat Hera. Well, for someone to beat Hera, they are going to need to have... Because it's not going to be anybody who's already been at the top before, because they're all sort of aging out. So it's going to be somebody who is an up-and-comer who has the time to dedicate to AoE 2 that Hera does. He needs to put in as much effort into getting better at AoE 2 as Hera, which is going to be very difficult because Hera has the ability to stream for a living, and other people don't. Hera's, what, 26? Lewis? I don't think it's Lewis. Leary's like, what, 22, 23? But Leary, again, Leary's never prioritized AoE in as much of his life as Hera has. Yeah, like, there is no way to work harder than Hera. You can only work as hard as Hera at this point. Why not Lewis? I don't think Lewis has shown that he can sort of take that I mean, it would take a lot of grinding for Lewis, I think, to get there in terms of experience and strategy and making those proper transitions.
Igen.
Szolgálatára. Igen. Parancs.
I mean, maybe it's possible for Lewis, but again, it would take a lot of effort. It's kind of like me, like, how can I
Jó napot.
cast as much as Mem,
Parancs.
or like, you know, outcast Mem when Mem is just constantly casting, right?
Igen.
If he's literally always off online, I can only try and cast as much as him, not more, right? Better than her? I'm definitely not. All right. So, gonna be one villager sooner here for Hart.
Jó napot.
And feudal age on the way. I think those were Sitau's own sheepers.
Beating bad. Timo.
And it's still probably gonna be a scout opening on both sides.
Szolgálatára.
Just gonna be a little bit faster here for Hart. Where
Jó napot.
Hera became OP.
Szolgálatára.
That's why it is possible, because Hera, like back in the day, what Hera was is that he was very good mechanically, but he was an absolute bot when it came to strategy.
Jó napot.
Like all he did was like Hun Wars, and it was just like Scouts on Arabia every single time with every single civ. And it was really only, you know, in more recent years that he actually became the well-rounded player that he is now. Anyway, gonna be charging in, gonna get that extra hit. You have to be careful. TC arrows actually hitting something.
Amrmindu.
Hera will only fall off if he gets 1 into his 30s or 2 starts to have other priorities in life than AoE 2. Hera's using WSD scrolling? Exactly. From the long, long ago time. There you go. Sito getting the kill there. We have Bidax and Horsecollar coming in for Sito. Remember that Huns have the better eco than Magyars, and Sito went up a villager later, so he's just able to get that little bit of an extra upgrade, which is going to be quite nice. Machine learning program. Well, again, Hera has put in so much effort into being the very best AoE that, and at AoE that no one ever was. And because he's still 100% focused on being the very best at AoE, it's going to be difficult for anyone to ever compete with him until he decides to slow down or his body decides to slow down for him.
Igen.
Anyway, more scouts coming in.
Timo.
But whatever happens, it's not going to be soon, right? It's not going to be in the near future. Eric's, not that I know of.
Szolgálatára.
Viper had a baby. But like, again, Viper is decently past the 30 hump. And has obviously shown he has other priorities in life right now, which is absolutely understandable. Anyway, it is 2 spearmen versus 2 scouts and 2 spearmen. And that free foraging upgrade is quite nice to have. Semi-pro streamer? Yep.
Parancs.
Anyway, 8 farms. 8 farms. Oh, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. I don't know why you don't just quick wall in those villagers. Viper is washed.
Beating bad.
You know, Viper has been a huge support to me throughout my entire AoE career, both professionally and personally. So I can't go out and say Viper is absolutely washed. But I can say that he's pretty squeaky clean. He's using a lot of detergent. Yes. In my opinion, it's impossible to become a top AoE player. You do not have the ability to put in all the time needed without being a popular streamer.
Parancs.
Parancs.
And it's one of the reasons that Viper was able to be on top for so long is because he started streaming sooner than anyone else. Just played the game more.
Zeker.
Anyway, Sitaux is going over to the gold. And Hart is going to be the one who blinks first and builds the archery range. Now remember, Tato may have won that game of Land Menace where he didn't go for an archery range. But he probably shouldn't have won. ACCM streams, and again, ACCM happens to live in a country where a USD prize pool gets you very, very far. Oh yeah, again, it's like, you know, watching Tom Brady on the Bucks. Like, is he old? Is he past his prime? Relatively speaking, yes. But is he still one of the very best anyway? Also, yes. And that in itself is very impressive. Or LeBron on the Lakers right now, you know. Exactly. Again, I really... Okay, Archer Production's at least starting right now, but of course Hart was doing this sooner. Like I said, this is for all the marbles. Only 1,200 food left on those farms, though, versus 2,400 food, guys. I mean, missing horse collar will add up, and there's the second range from Sito, so that's one way you can try and catch up in those archer numbers.
Zeker.
No, you absolutely cannot rely on making a living on AoE 2. Alright, there's the second range coming in. Is it going to be double archer production? You might have to, you know, unqueue some archers there and queue up some archers over there. No fletching in, though, for blue. Okay, there's the blacksmith coming in. Wheelbarrow actually coming in for Hart as well. Oh, one village goes down. Okay, so you do get the one villager kill, and I still like Hart's army more. Living off casting? No. Only if... I mean, it's weird where you have a few people who make a very, very good living, and then everyone else who's probably struggling. If, again, they're trying to make a full-time living, which a lot of people aren't.
Ornlu high.
Anyway, 4Con with the 86 months. Alright, scouts are still charging back in. You still have 2 more vills, but the idle time is still very low for both players. Sito taking slightly better fights.
Timo.
A Castle Age coming in for Hart, guys. He's ahead in resources. Again, better macro. He's shown that in the first couple of games. You can see right there, he got that divergence.
Parancs.
Is not the only... No, it's just a factor.
Igen, szolgálatára.
Alright. Sito is about ready to click up, but he's got to make something happen here. And that is not a way to start to make something happen. Bloodline's coming in. Those skirmishers are going to help a lot as well. Got second stable coming in here for Hart. And right now, guys, things are going to be looking really bad for Sito. The score is absolutely lying at the moment. Added Archer Armor going to be in here. Got Skirmishers queued up, but that's going to be really lousy as far as being slower to Castle Age and only having Skirmishers. Well, there's Castle Age, and it is going to be Knights. So, of course, the traditional trade-off between Knights and Cav Archers is Knights are a lot better faster, but the Cav Archers are going to be serving you better in the long run. Now, you have a big timing window with that 1 minute faster Castle Age time, and there only being 2 Spearmen on the field for Sito. But you got to make that damage happen. No defense upgrades in, though. I mean, that's one way to get archers to deal 3 damage a hit to knights when they don't normally do that. Don't you kind of need +1 defense at least, Hart? Right? Am I right, chat? Am I right? All right. Castle Age is in. Relevant skirmisher upgrades as well. But it's still just guys, if a freaking Hun versus Magyar matchup becomes Skirm v Skirm, I'm going to be so sad. Well, there are the skirmisher upgrades coming in. Yeah, the talent pool in StarCraft is a lot deeper than AoE for sure. And it was just a more popular game, especially in Korea. It also had a way better infrastructure. Okay, so now is the switch to Cav Archers. Hart has pretty decent upgrades for his skirmishers, though. Monastery coming in as well. And now you have that wheelbarrow advantage as well, so resources for Hart are looking pretty good. Anyway, those injured knights are going to be able to come back home and get healed right up by the monk, and there's even the second TC. Now, we have this one scout cavalry coming in, which happens to be at the exact wrong time to scout that extra TC, and that's going to be a dead scout right there. And a few archers that are going to try and loop around for a counterattack. That might get something done. But, like I said, the CA, they scale very well over time, and that's also one villager building a town center, which is not especially impressive. Bane Barding armor coming in. I think having a kid absolutely makes life, well, it at least takes up more of your life. I think many people are happy to have kids. All right, Scale Barding armor coming in for a few knights, but again, what's going to be better? Hart with his better eco, or Sito with his better army composition development? I mean, as both players just kind of hanging out here at home, you'd think that's going to be good here for Hart. Archers making their way all the way around town. And what you need to do, guys, is you need to pressure at the front while the archers go in at the back. You need to do these things simultaneously, otherwise Hart's going to have a very, very easy time reacting to that. And I think that's what he's doing here, guys. Again, it's all about splitting your opponent's attention. Is Hart paying attention? You need to freaking... I don't know, guys. It really felt like you could get a lot more out of those archers if you were attacking at the same time. I mean, I don't usually pay attention, but I'm a caster. I just sit here and make the same jokes over and over again. Do I look like a guy who actually has to do anything skillful? Now that's it. That's still 5 ill kills, and there's the second TC here for Sito. He's trying to keep his opponent on the back foot. He'll get another really nice game on Land Madness here to end this day. Knights have +2 defense now. That's a pretty big difference from having no defense upgrades. No husbandry yet in, though, for blue, whereas I think we have that in for red. No, we do not. Oh, Knights are going to try and take a good fight there, but... Well, considering that the speed upgrade is identically not in for both players, Cav Archers are still faster than Knights. I don't know, guys. Husbandry's actually coming in at the same time for each player. The skirmishers are here at the back, though. Can the Knights trap them? Got some skirms here against Sito trying to pull apart his opponent. Resolve everything? I don't want to get into that, man. Don't drag me in. Especially when you have an exciting game 3 decider going on. Okay, still more pressure here, more villagers being idle. CA taking some good shots, shooting and running back. Remember, guys, it's the army of Sito that scales better. And look at this, the CA are coming in. Monk gets sniped. Once again, Hart was in a better spot to start this game. He had a big Castle Age timing advantage, and yet wasn't really able to follow through and get the damage done. Very similar to the last series with Kapach versus Tato. And yet, the populations are still very similar. You have Hart, who's getting a 3rd TC over here in a very sad location. Guys, this is what a sad TC spot looks like. And we're still in a situation here, one might even say a situation, where blue can just get cornered by a bunch of skirmishers, and at that point, it's going to be big Sag moment for him. Remember, Hart is a faster player than Sito, so this out multitasking him is going to be very difficult for our Frenchman. This game? Hart seemed pretty down on himself after game 2, which, like, okay, you were ahead, but you lost. Not every game that you lose if you have an early advantage is a throw. It often can be the case, but it's far from, oh, that's an ironclad law. I mean, it was just a really, really great mid-game from Sito. Like, it happens, right? Anyway, those are some good hits there for Hart. Build numbers still very, very similar. And so are the res collected, because although you have the wheelbarrow upgrade here as Hart, which is great, of course, Sito's been doing a great job of making his opponent's eco idle. That said, we have the University now incoming. Ballistics is going to be on the way here for red, and then it's going to be like Knight Skirm versus pure CA, and the Knight Skirm should be better. Loser goes home. Yep, this game is for all the marbles, as we say around these parts. And still no 3rd TC yet for Sito. And Sito should be well aware of his opponent's 3rd TC. Yes, he is. No +2 defense in yet for the skirmishers, though, which is very important, of course, against the Cav Archers. But the CA numbers aren't, like, super impressive either. But look at this. Again, it's the multitasking right now from our lower APM player. Oh, a little bit of derping around here and there. You know, derping is always an important part of the AoE2 unit experience. More farms coming in here as well. Hart's eco balance is not great when going for a double food army composition, right? A Knight Skirm, both costing food. You need to get some of those lumberjacks farming. That's kind of what Hart's doing right now. The scores are still very close. And Hart back to a very slight eco advantage. I mean, Sito is like one of the most APM efficient people in all of AoE2. Perhaps even more so than Doubt or Yo. Because I still associate Sito with having very good micro, whereas I don't necessarily associate Yo and Doubt with that. All right, okay, here we go, guys. Hart is looking to make that transition over into his Magyar Cav Archers. He thinks he has set up his eco well enough at this point. And you could certainly argue that. But it's going to be tricky, because it's, 23 Cav Archers to 2. Sito is wide open. I mean, both players are wide open. It's Land Madness and it's Hun's Magyars. It's kind of what happens. Remember, still no +2 defense for the skirmishers. These CA are only missing their own +2 defense, which isn't that big for the CA. I don't know, guys. Who's your money on right now? Their last game of the day. It is a really, really close, good game here. Beautiful micro from Sito, guys. All the skirms are getting obliterated. No +2 defense, guys. And a very good micro. The Knights are charging in at the back. And even just these +1/+1 Knights are going to be a good meat shield. That Monks goes down. Hart does have the faster reinforcements and the better eco. Stop. Why would Sito stop engaging right now? He's even getting his own +2 defense in, guys. Yeah, Thumb Ring's in for Sito. It is not in for Red. Uh-oh, is Sito going to be able to snowball that one fight? I mean, again, you still have the defender's advantage here as Red. But look, I mean, you're not... I mean, I think you're at the point when you need to start maybe garrisoning inside the archery ranges or something. Because right now, these fights are way too good for Sito. And look at this. 6 forward builds coming in to build a Siege Workshop right on his opponent's face. Sito with the killer instinct to come over here and get that damage done. And even a trade cart, guys. Oh, I wanted a trade cart, guys. The skirmishers last longer with +2 defense, right? It's the difference between dealing 3 damage and 2 damage to the unit, which is obviously a 50% decrease. It really matters, guys. Okay, counterattack coming in here for Red. Oh, Tiger Mauling. All right, Thumb Ring coming in here, and the Rams are here. Sito deciding to play Attila the Hun style, Rams, Knights, and Cav Archers all at once. He still has the 3 TCs. He still is ahead in villager numbers, but now the eco's starting to be idled, and these production buildings are going down. Hart has 5 bills on stone, which is obviously not all that much. And now the Knights are coming in here as well. These CA are about to be fully upgraded from our Huns play. Remember that this late Castle Age time frame is where Huns are a better civ than Magyars, 100%. Faster training CA is a nice bonus, but Huns just have that eco. They have the faster working stables themselves, but this is what I was talking about. This is what Hart needed to do if he's to have any chance in this game, but I still think this might have just been too little too late, as we have the own reinforcements coming in here for Sito. All of these units are going down for Hart, and I think Sito indeed will be winning this series 2-1. He was down 1-2. And that indeed was that decisive fight right around here. And Sito said, it is time to just straight up kill you. Wow. Yeah, the Rams, again, it just put that pressure on. I just love that having that killer instinct. It was looking so bad in points. Early game for both Sito, in both this game and the last one for Sito, able to hang in there with some exceptionally good Castle Age play. And he is able to win a very close and competitive series against Hart to move his way to the quarterfinals. Yeah, bad start in both of those games, but that just goes to show I don't think Hart threw either of those games. I think that Sito just played better in Castle Age, which happens, you know? Sito played slightly better in Castle Age than Hart got a lead in Feudal Age, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think we do know the round of 8 matchup, so we'll go ahead and check that real quick before we log off for the day. I think. Okay, so we'll be able to figure them out, if nothing else. So, first in Group D is whoever won between Sito and Tato, which was Sito. So Sito gets first place in the group. He's in this quarterfinal. Oh, sorry. Let me move my face. There's a draw. No, I think it's just, it says here first in Group D, so I think that... Or is it, okay, the first place, it's a draw for all the second places. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's see what DJ Diego's typing here. Yeah, Sito and Tato are definitely both in. Coming up, draw. Okay, guys, so if you want to stay around, we are going to do the draw for the quarterfinals, so I'll stick around for that. But if not, thank you so much for watching, of course. Hope you had a fun time today. I had a lot of fun. So glad to be back casting. But let me see if I can pull up Mario's stream. All right, let me, okay. Oh boy, it's a literal wheel. Wait, why are there so many names here? Oh, I guess he just made it equal. Nikov, Hera, Mr. Yo, Tato, Nikov, Hera. Okay, so he just repeated it a bunch of times. So I assume this is going to be for ACCM's opponent, maybe? Okay, so that says Mr. Yo.
Quedaría empatado con +1. El siguiente ítem de desempate justamente es el duelo directo, así que...
I mean, duck racing really does feel like the best way of deciding it. I have no idea what this all means. Oh, duck races. It's not just peak AoE, it's peak life. Oh, there we go. Spin me right round, baby. And play again? Probably. Marble race? Yeah, basically the same thing. Although the marble race is still inferior to the duck race. Okay, going to be Nico, Hera, Yo, Turtle, Nico. Oh, come on, this is like the slowest wheel. Yo! How long does it take to stop spinning? It just slowly goes around. All right, so who paces Yo? ACCM. I assume it's ACCM, and next up is going to be Sitau's opponent. Yeah, I would assume it's ACCM if you're just going down the list, which I don't know why you wouldn't. So I assume it's Sitau's opponent next. Okay, yeah, no, it says then Leary, then MBO. Yeah, okay, so it is ACCM versus Yo confirmed, which is going to be a really good set. Stronger than the number one, because the supposed best players didn't practice for this. And they ended up losing. Guys, are you ready for the world's slowest wheel? Okay, so Sitau's opponent here, guys. This is going to be Sitau's opponent. Why is this wheel so slow? It's like, it's going past the point of being like, oh, come on, this is too slow, to just being funny again. All right, guys, so it is going to be Sito Tato again. There's only air drag, yeah, basically. Yeah, guys, do you think it's a quantum finish? Oh, Leary versus Tato. But inverse order. Oh, okay, so it's Leary Tato, apparently. LOL! Buff friction. Oh, because Leary was second in the group. Okay. Or group B. So group... Now it should be MBL's opponent. Okay, I get it, I get it. Alright, so... Come on, let's go, let's go! By luck, thus far. Or maybe we did entirely, I have no idea. I mean, in theory, you could still have... What? No, we don't have Lyric. Oh. Yeah, I guess we did. Okay, this is MBL. Last spin. As obviously... Last one out. I did not see Mem's video. Are you ready for the slowest stop ever? Give me the slowest stop ever. Oh, I think it might be a Hanhera, guys. A copy of his? I mean, it is in a lot of ways, but honestly, Warlords itself doesn't have the most creative settings in the world, so... Oh! Sneak off! No way it goes to Hera. No way. Oh! What? Oh my god. It's like someone was pushing it just to go to Hera. To the Reddit! Rage! Alright, so it's MBL versus Hera. MB's not going to be happy about that. Topping the group, just going 3-0 in his group even. So then the last one is going to be Sito versus Nikov. Wheel is too accurate, man. Oh, that was funny, though. Glad we stuck around for that. Yep, Sito dodging Hera. But guys, that's going to be it for me today. Nice, almost 6-hour stream. But yeah, it was a really nice stream. Thank you all so much for watching. And I'll probably be back tomorrow. We'll throw you to MBL again. Either tomorrow or the day after. I guess if there are no matches tomorrow, it might be the day after. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see.